You said what? NGC. He said he's the president of Phi Iota Alpha. That yeah, his name is Damian Boswell. Basically inviting us to a party at their house off campus. So yeah. So yeah, he said he's gonna send me the flyer. So I'll send the flyer out to y'all whenever I get it. And then also one more thing. So MGC is having a formal at McLean's. Um, he didn't really tell me all like what that entails, but he told me to ask y'all about it. See if y'all would be interested in going. You all, yeah, about going. So
Damien and MGC are just really interested in building relationships
yeah.
between the two councils. So any events that you all want are open to doing together, or parties, I guess.
Yeah, like Damien asked me about joining like in on a stroll off. I told him no.
Yeah, I still say no to that.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
Yeah,
Some people feel weird about other orgs outside of MPAC strolling, so
yeah, I think.
I just.
I don't mind that they do it, but I feel like their stroll off is the district.
Yeah, it is. I agree. So I guess once I get more information on the formal and the party, I'll just send that in the group meeting. And if y'all want to come, if not, hey.
Okay, so you said there's a formal at McLean's.
Yes. I don't have much information. I was just told to.
And then hi, folks online. Thank you so much for joining. We will be starting momentarily. We're going to wait just a couple minutes so that more folks can join.
Hi everyone, so it looks like we have reached a quorum here online and in person, so we're going to go ahead and commence and call to order this meeting. All right, with that, first I'll seek a motion to approve the minutes from cycle 10. Do I see one?
I'll do it.
All right, motion from Camden, second from Stewart. All right, is there any opposition to moving to approve the minutes from cycle 10? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and generate a vote in the Students' Assembly channel. All right, voting members of the Students' Assembly, that has now been posted. Vote yes if you would like to approve these minutes, no if you would not like to approve these minutes, and abstain if you would like to stay out of this vote. And I'll let that poll run for about a minute and a half.
That's a start. Pretty simple. Who would have booked that? Plus 5,500. $100 for 5.5 grand. What we call value. Yeah.
All right, still looking for 5 votes. If you're a voting member and have not gotten your vote in yet, please make sure to get that in. We are still seeking 2 more votes to meet our quorum, and then we will move on to the next agenda item. I don't have one for you.
I pressed submit.
Oh, wait, no, I just missed it. I'm sorry. All right, everyone, we have reached quorum on this motion. Is there anyone in opposition to ending the vote? Anyone who hasn't voted yet? All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close that poll. And with a vote of 30 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this motion clearly passes. And with that, we will move on to the Cycle 11 officer report here, delivered by me. And I will go ahead and let Umberto take over the chair. Oh.
All right. Yeah, you may begin.
All right, may I begin? Hi, everyone. So a couple items here to report. The first one will be a letter that the student body president has drafted to be read to the Students' Assembly this evening. And then I will move on to other exec staff positions, the officer reports. If anyone has questions pertaining to what Naya has done since the last report, please email / come see her, but she felt the time was needed to address the things that are outlined in this letter. Dear Students' Assembly, I firstly want to say thank you to all the students who have been showing up and advocating for themselves and for what they're passionate about in the last week or so. Student Senate is the place to have the hard discussions, to be angry, and to be able to express that through discourse and inquiry, and also come together as students and make our governing processes better and more equitable for all students on campus. I am here to support any and every student, no matter if we agree or disagree, and if their cause may not specifically pertain or involve me. With that, I want to remind everyone that we are all here together to support one another despite our differences and whether we agree or not on specific legislation or causes that make their way into our chambers. We are here to support students and the interests they may have and to uphold the Constitution that we will abide by and operate within our various Student Senate spaces. I can understand the frustration, anger, and/or sadness around certain pieces of legislation that make their way through the Student Senate, and those feelings are valid. It is never going to be acceptable to attack anyone or target anyone in the Student Senate for doing their job or presenting legislation, no matter how controversial it may be, as it is their constitutional right to do so, and I will support every student who chooses to do so, whether I agree with it or not. It is ultimately up to the voting members of councils and senators in this Students' Assembly to vote to pass or not pass pieces of legislation. As student body president, it is always going to be my goal to support every student and their rights both in and out of the Student Senate. There are plenty of students I may not agree with or vote the same as, or not always get along with, but that won't stop me from making sure they have the resources available to be heard and that their rights are being upheld. I will not be using my position to keep any student from presenting legislation. I will not be using my position to violate the Student Senate Constitution procedures, no matter how angry someone is with me. The Student Senate is a space for all students to come and be heard, advocate for their wants and needs, and to be free to vote and express their rights as they choose. I hope and urge every student to participate in the student government processes that are available to them and make the changes they want to see. Let's use this opportunity to practice respect, understanding, and giving grace to one another as students and campus community members. If anyone would like to speak to me following this meeting, please reach out to me at sbp@ku.edu. Email, and I would be happy to get a meeting set up. In community, Naya Denise McAdoo. Yeah. People can't hear?
Oh, Eric says he can hear.
Oh.
Just to make sure, can the people online hear us well? Apparently some people weren't being able to. Yeah. Yes. Okay,
Okay,
cool.
perfect.
Thank you. Sorry, you can continue.
Yeah, no problems. All right, and with that, I'll move on to the rest of the joint officer report here. From the policy director, Ari is working on completing the declaration/establishment of a special committee to address student employment concerns in KU student housing with me and Naya. I finished writing up the charges of this committee last week, and I'm looking for input in deciding what membership and committee leadership should look like. It seems that this issue is bigger than Ari originally thought. So they're looking for senators, community members, and other interest people for help and input with this. Again, this would simply be a way for student employees to voice their concerns and give testimonies about their experiences, and for Student Senate to collect them and report on them. From the graduate student body president, GSAB met this Monday with the provost and with the provost today, and they discussed graduate student issues and the UDK resolution, as well as Jayhawks Rising. Holly also attended University Senate on the 3rd of March here and advocated for better shared governance. The resolution went to the chancellor and provost and was well received, and a task force is being implemented. Worked on a resolution with Umberto concerning Ukraine and the wider impacts it has here at KU and the rest of the world, and that'll be presented tonight. Met with the Women's Leadership Board on the 4th of March and got together the final details for the leadership conference that'll take place at the end of this month here. Met with the libraries to make sure the Common Book can get given to graduate students and not just undergraduates for this coming fall, and then attended EOF deliberation hearings on the 24th of February. From our internal affairs director, the mentorship program has started. There are a couple of applicants that have been put in for mentees and mentors, so if you are still interested in that, please be sure to reach out to Max. Exploring new ways and options to get more students involved, and then also brainstorming ideas to help with quorum issues. From my officer report, I as well attended University Senate and Senex on the 1st and 3rd of March. The University Senate resolution to restore shared governance was passed, and as well a University Senate Rules and Regulations Amendment to expand the applicability of compassionate withdrawal for KU students was passed by the University Senate. Once again, I want to shout out Senator Baxter for co-authoring that legislation and getting it passed through the University Senate. Woo! Yeah, feel free to clap. In terms of updates from Naya, Holly, and I from our meeting with Provost Bickelmeyer, some of the items discussed were the role of the DEIB office at KU and the struggles students have following the Provost DEIB plan when the website has little to no updates from like 2019 onward. The campus fee and its role at KU as a critical support for student services and university enrollment numbers. We discussed the fact that some fees had to become a shared responsibility of both the university and the student body. We also discussed student utilization of student services on campus and the justifications for maintaining a campus fee while Regents continue to seek lowered costs. We also thanked Provost Bickelmeyer for her commitment to supporting the Higher Education Administration program at KU. She's not only supporting one of the best higher ed programs in the country, but creating some equitable access to the program for students. We did also discuss whether this would apply for all graduate assistants, but currently the Graduate Studies Provost, Vice Provost Jen Roberts is working with Barb to make sure they can get that access to the rest of the graduate assistant program, but we'll sort of see how that bears out when they research funding for it. And then also we discussed graduate assistants' wage equity following CFO Jeff DeWitt's proposal, which advocated for a very slow rate of pay growth for grad assistants at KU. I unconventionally chaired the beginning and one other part of the Student Rights and Affairs Council this past Wednesday. I would like to remind Student Council exec to ensure that members of each council are checking in with each other on attendance in the future to ensure that these meetings start in a timely fashion and as close to the possible posted time. I organized a special session of the Students' Assembly on the 3rd of March here. However, we unfortunately did not reach our quorum, and that legislation has appeared on this meeting. We also met with Dr. Jerome on Friday to also give updates on the campus fee package that would be presented and how it would be presented in the Students' Assembly, and as well discuss the presidential endowment account and the status of current requests. As for the rest of my officer report, that can really just be reviewed at your time. Social Justice Director is still spending 99% of their time working on the DEI retreat. Daphne presented to DEI Fund for funding last week and will be in cycle 12 for general funding. They've also emailed DEIB for funding and are applying to Pepsi, finalizing food trucks, and the Reformer now that funding is mostly solidified. Also, the chair of the Social Justice Committee stepped down. Temporarily, the council has elected Ari Chavarria to serve as chair, but Ari has expressed that she would like to have someone who's capable and passionate to replace her at some point. So if you have any interest in chairing, please make sure to reach out to either Daphne or Ari concerning that. From the Chief of Staff, several pieces of legislation have been worked on in collaboration with other staff members will be presented tonight, including a resolution condemning the military invention of a foreign state, a bill to fund the Student Senate Judicial Branch, and a bill to amend the Budget Code. Our Chief of Staff will also be meeting with our new Public Relations Director right after spring break to discuss the transition of the website from the old one to the new one on Sunflower CMS. An update from our treasurer, our Student Senate Staff Associate, Sabina Jones, has decided to retire in 2 weeks. We want to thank her for all the time she's dedicated to Student Senate throughout her career and wish her the best. From the Chief of Staff, our Student Senate Staff Associate, Sabina Jones, has decided to retire in 2 weeks. We want to thank her for all the time she's dedicated to Student Senate throughout her career and wish her the best. The Student Senate purchasing responsibilities will now be handled exclusively by the Treasurer, Silk Office, and the Shared Service Center. In terms of the CCO executive co-directors here, they've been working on planning Into the Streets Week, a week where each of our 13 programs host an event related to the year's theme. This year, the CCO's theme is sustainability, so they're going to have events related to recycling, becoming a more environmentally conscious student, clean eating, and more. Event details will be shared as they come, but students can keep a lookout at cco.ku.edu. Send Silence Packing, which was funded this last cycle, advertising is still underway. That is happening on the 29th of March. And also, CCO executive staff positions are now posted on employment.ku.edu. They are hiring for their next year's executive positions as well as the program manager positions. So if you are interested in working for the CCO and dedicating some time to community service at KU, please feel free to peruse that. Any questions?
Do folks either online or in person have any questions for Ethan? All right. I don't see any online either, so thank you so much, Ethan.
Yep, thank you. Now let me move on. All right, now I am looking for a motion to confirm our new Public Relations Director, Riley Stowers. All right, I see a motion from Wesley, or I'll take a motion from Holly and then a second from Wesley. Perfect. All right, is there any opposition to moving towards a confirmation vote on our new Public Relations Director? All right, seeing none, I will go ahead and get that form posted in the Students' Assembly channel. All right, that poll has now been added to the Microsoft Teams here, and people can start voting there. I'll leave that running for about 2 minutes. But while that's running, I'll also ask Riley to come up here and introduce herself to you all. Feel free to come to the podium.
Hi, I'm Riley. I'm a junior. I'm a political science psychology major. I go by she, her, hers. Like I said in the last meeting, if everyone wasn't there, I've done personal relations for Phi Alpha Delta, which is the pre-law frat here on campus. So I've had some experience, and I'm excited to implement that experience in Senate. And if you guys have any questions for me or any suggestions, let me know, but I think y'all have all been really welcoming and I'm really excited, so thank you.
Awesome, thank you very much, Riley. All right, we are still looking for one more vote to reach our quorum for this matter. All right, make sure that's a senator and we will, yep, perfect. All right, is anyone not been able to vote on this matter that has the ability to do so? Oh, I'm still seeing votes roll in, so I'll give the motion another 30 seconds. All right, is there anyone left who is a voting member and would like to vote on this motion? All right, seeing no opposition, I will go ahead and close the vote. And with a vote of 34 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this motion clearly passes. Congratulations, Riley. You're officially hired and confirmed. All right, with that, we will move on to our consent agenda. Do I see a motion to pass the consent agenda? Or to vote upon it, rather? All right, see a motion back here. What was your name? Sarah. Perfect. All right, I see a motion from Sarah. So do I see a second from Evan? Perfect. Austin? Oh, sorry. All right, perfect. All right, see a second here. Is there any opposition to this motion? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move towards a vote. All right, that poll has now been posted. Do you approve the Cycle 11 consent agenda? If you would like to approve it, vote yes. If you would not like to approve it, vote no. And if you would like to remain neutral, please abstain. All right, we are past our quorum number here. Has anyone not voted on this matter that would like to do so and has the ability to do so? Seeing no opposition, I will move to close the vote. All right, and with a vote of 32 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this motion clearly passes. All right. All right, and then now moving on through our regular agenda, we have, yeah. Here, rep button, remember.
Hello. Thank you, Humberto. Can you hear me? I have a motion to amend the agenda to put in order Bill 060 and Bill 055 at the very top of the agenda. Seeing as our quorum margin is already razor thin, it makes a lot of sense to put fee in the corresponding legislation at the very top, so as to ensure that if anything gets passed, it's fee.
All right, there is a motion on the floor, and I do see a second from Sadie. Is there any opposition to said motion? I see opposition from Holly. Yeah.
I'm opposed to this motion because, well, number one, we voted on it in StudX, and this is the agenda that was voted upon democratically. And secondly, Naya and Ethan's resolution, we've been trying to get that to full Senate for weeks, and that is very timely and affects a lot of people from marginalized identities on our campus, and it would be a disservice to them to not see it first, especially as it has gone through the correct protocol. And secondly, I would also say that mine and Umberto's resolution is also very timely, supporting our Russian and Ukrainian students at this time. I understand fee is very important, and I understand that we might want to pass fee, but also at the same time, it seems like we're trying to rush the fee through when there are other pieces of legislation that are more important, that are about people's lives and who they are and their identities, and not just money.
Thank you, Hall. Let's see. All right, so with that, do we have any voting members that are opposed to amending the agenda? I see Wesley is opposed. All right, so with that, we are going to go ahead and move into a formal vote for Camden's amendment to the agenda. Oh, just hold the red button. Yeah. There it goes.
I mean, it's okay to say.
I'm going to double check.
Just make sure all your connections on your computer are secure.
Yeah.
Sometimes if they're not, they'll
Okay.
pick up.
I think it was because we had the microphone on.
Yeah, I mean, this is they don't have to listen to that. Yeah. I think they have a much better It's just like a procedural motion. It's not. It's two-way street. Yeah, hold on. Where's the vote?
I don't think it's gonna take up enough time.
All right, we have 33 votes on that. Oh, still have votes coming in, so I will leave that for another 30 seconds. All right, everyone. So it looks like that motion is coming through here. Is there anyone that hasn't voted on that would like to do so? All right. If not, we will move to end this vote. And with a vote of 23 in the affirmative, 9 in the negative, and 5 abstentions, this motion clearly passes. All right, the agenda is amended, and we will place Bill 22-60 in the queue here, and then also place the fee bill ahead.
I'm gonna just do this real quick. There we go. All right. So should I open the next bill to present?
Yes.
So first, it's yours, righty. All right. Wait 1 sec. There we go. All right.
I went ahead and set my 2-minute timer, so whenever you're ready.
You may start.
All right. Hi, everyone. This is my legislation that was passed through the Student Executive Council and then added to the session of our last special session here. And then it was moved over here into Cycle 11. So really what this bill does is it amends the non-voting members' rights in this chamber and allows a contingent amount of speaking rights that come with it. So right here, I have the Vice Provost of Student Affairs and Associate and Assistant Vice Provost of Student Affairs. She'll serve as ex officio non-voting members of the Students' Assembly, as well as the Student Senate advisors that are appointed by Student Affairs shall serve as ex officio non-voting members of the Students' Assembly. This is so that they're able to provide us their advice and experience that we rely on them for here in the Student Senate. And then as well, I have added stipulation here for all students who have enrolled in at least 1 credit hour of coursework at the University of Kansas Lawrence and/or Edwards campus are members of the KU Student Senate and shall be ex officio non-voting members of the Students' Assembly. And then finally, all ex officio non-voting members shall hold speaking rights in the Students' Assembly. If someone is not an ex officio non-voting member of the Students' Assembly and wishes to speak, they may have speaking rights deferred to them at the discretion of the President of the Students' Assembly or a simple majority vote by members present and voting. Following that, we have an amendment to the student councils here. All Student Senate advisors appointed by Student Affairs shall be ex officio non-voting members of the student council to which they have been assigned. Very simple piece of legislation. Any questions? Yeah, Max.
So I was thinking about this, and I have a concern where if some student group or someone is outraged, they want to come here and get a bunch of people to speak on something to kind of time us out. Is there any way we could give deference? Oh, my mistake. Is there any way we can give deference to student senators to have like the first right to speak, and then other ex officio members then can speak? Could we friendly that in?
First, I'll say you have a mic next to you right here. And I guess realistically, I don't know if I think that would be pertinent. I mean, most times in Student Senate meetings,
Do I see a motion from someone to extend speaker time? I see a motion back there. Is that Stu? Oh, yeah. Do I see a second? I see a second over here. Is there any opposition? By how much, Stu, would you be open to? 5 minutes. All right. It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to extending speakers' times by 5 minutes? online? All right, seeing none, you may continue, Ethan.
I was going to say, I think the current speaking order that we have during Robert's Rules will be all right for that. I mean, we already do keep track of a speaking order, and if we are enforcing Robert's Rules, it's that people can only speak twice on any given issue. And so really, I think if that enforcement is kept up, we won't really need such an amendment. And I honestly think that we won't have as many issues with students coming to the chambers to go ahead and voice those concerns because, I mean, just look at the attendance right now where we're barely meeting quorum.
Right. But my concern is that, say, hypothetically in the future, there is an incredibly divisive issue. If I were on the other end of it, I could be like, I'm going to bring 20 people to this meeting to then say I'm going to speak immediately to then drown out all the other senators, which the Roberts Rule thing doesn't resolve since 20 people speaking twice is 40 speeches.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think that we should be listening to our student constituents if they do come on force into this chamber. So I personally wouldn't be opposed to that happening. Like, I think it would provide a healthy dialogue in this chamber.
Any other questions for the author of this bill? All right, do I see a motion from anyone to call this bill into question?
Motion from Wesley.
I see a motion from Wesley. Do I see a second from anyone? I see a second over there. It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to going into voting for this piece of legislation? All right, seeing no opposition, we are going to vote now on this bill.
All right. I'll be taking back over as chair here, and we will move to a vote on this matter. All right, that poll has now been posted in the Students' Assembly Teams. If you would like to approve Senate Bill 2022-60, vote yes. If you would not like to approve that, vote no, and abstain if you would like to stay neutral. This amendment does require a 2/3 majority to pass. All right, we have reached quorum here, but I do see a few more votes rolling in, so I'm going to head and keep this open for about another 30 seconds. All right, is there, oh, is it that? Still rolling in. All right, has anyone not voted yet that has the ability to do so? Seeing no opposition, I will move to close this vote. Oh, have one more. 10 more seconds to get your votes in. All right. Now going to close the vote here. And with a vote of 24 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative, and 5 abstentions, this motion clearly passes. And with that, we will be moving on to agenda item 2022-35. Yeah. A motion?
Yeah, it's because the original motions, we accidentally met 059. We got to use the agenda, but we actually wanted to do that one, because I'm just gonna motion 059 at the top. That was just us reading the agenda wrong.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
you want 059, a bill to amend the Constitution to change how the required campus fee bill is presented.
Yes, after reading the title, it makes it way worse, and that's how we got confused.
Yeah,
That's the one we did.
okay. Sounds good. And, you know, also just to provide some other further clarification here for like all of like these bills under 55, they are all individual bills for consideration. So just so the chamber is aware. All right, so I see a motion for you to move 55 to the top of the agenda. Do I see a second? Second over here. What was your name? Sophia, perfect. Sorry. All right, and with properly moved and seconded motion, do we see any objections? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move on to the motion here. Oh wait, no, there were no objections to that
Yeah,
motion.
so we're
Oh,
good.
yeah, so we don't need to vote. All right, so move that to the next agenda item here.
So let me open it real quick.
And
Is
I believe
Hamad gonna be presenting this, or who is?
it should be Hamad, yeah.
Alright, let's here. All right, Hamad. Are you here to present? He's driving.
Can you hear me?
Sadie. Sure. If you're okay with it.
If someone else wants to do it, I'd be down for it,
You
but I
want to, if you're a sponsor of the bill, then sure, go short. Huh? You don't want to be a sponsor?
Oh, no, I'm not like written in sponsor, but like you did.
Sponsor by speaking.
Okay.
Like.
Just added you as a sponsor. Oh wait, Hamad popped on the screen.
Perfect.
Wait, Hamad, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, Sadie, take over. Yeah, take over.
I'll do it.
All right, Sadie, you have 2 minutes for the presentation.
Okay, sounds good. So basically, this bill is just in like exactly what the title says, changing how it's presented. And so the first is there's some changes here to the speaking and voting rights. It's 2 appointees of the Office of Multicultural Affairs. It used to be 1 with like multiple appointees sharing a vote. So this way, it just like makes it more solidified, more representation in fee. It also clarifies the graduate student body president as ex officio voting and the student senate associate treasurer of ex officio voting. The graduate student body president. That's because that's how it used to be. And in this new constitution, it wasn't like that anymore. So this is just reverting it back. So that way there's more representation in fee for the subcommittee. And then the submission to the Finance Council, says like the old one was submit an individual bill for each comprehensive bill or for each of the required campus fees. That's why on the agenda, whenever you saw like 20 some things underneath it, that's why it's presented that way. So this would be changing it into 1 comprehensive bill. And then it's kind of the same for Students' Assembly, that same process. And so the reason that it's being changed is basically because this way, like we're voting on the total as opposed to like each individual one, because whenever we do that, then it can mess up the total at the end. So this way it's like a more comprehensive process, so that way we actually are aware of what we're voting on at the end of each thing, like if that makes sense. And so this right here, informal votes shall be taken for objections that are considered binding for a final vote. And what that means is it's like throughout, if there are different fees that are contentious, then it'll still be broken down into votes for those fees individually. But ones that aren't contentious, we can just keep moving through. It'll just creates a better flow for debate and things like that, and then kind of streamlines this process. So yeah, I can yield the rest of my time to questions.
Can you turn off that mic?
Okay. Wait, how do I turn it off?
It's like on the Teams.
Oh, just mute this.
Yeah.
Sadie, if you can hear me, you're muted.
Could someone online just say something real quick to see if we can hear you all?
Hello.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, cool. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so hello. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sadie. I'm the current chair of Finance Committee, and consequently, I'm the chair of the Fee Review Subcommittee. So the Fee Review Subcommittee basically is a group of people. It's like different representatives from different committees, different on-campus entities such as the OMA, and then also 2 members of the executive staff, the graduate student body president and the associate treasurer, now development director. And basically they all come together. We listen to literally hours, like 20 hours of like testimony and things like that from on-campus entities. They go through tons of training in the fall, and then also some recaps in the spring as well, and try and make the best decisions possible for the student body regarding the campus fee. And so right now it's at $491.95. Everyone pays it every single semester. And so I know it's always fun to talk about like, oh God, sorry. I know it's like always a good time to talk about fees and things, but I tried to make this presentation engaging, and I'm also going to try and go through it as like quickly as possible without sacrificing any like content or any need to know information and things. So bear with me, but we'll get through it all together. So this year's fee multiplier is $41,408 or $41,408. So basically what that means is every time you see like $1 on the screen, that's how much actual like money we're talking about. And so basically like this is used, it's calculated every year. It's not going to be exact, but it's just like an estimation of what the value of this fee is going to bring. And so if you see like a $7 fee, you multiply it times this, and that's how much actual money it's generating for that entity. And so I wanted to put that out there for you all, so that way whenever we're talking about like nickels and like 10 cents and like all these different things, like you actually realize like this is a lot of money, and this is like money goes towards meaningful places. And so don't get lost in the dollars and cents necessarily, but also recognize that every single allocation was meticulously made, and lots of conversations and thought and time were poured into this. And so the first thing that I'm going to do is go over the student survey. So this survey was sent out to the student body. It had 931 responses total, and it was basically sent out via email thanks to Student Affairs. They were really great to coordinate with, and Naya helped me a lot in getting that email sent out. And so that's kind of unprecedented to get this type of like responses from the student body. And so the Fee Review Subcommittee used these responses to gauge our decisions. Finance Council used them last week, and they had access to them, and now you all will have access to it too. And so these are just kind of like rundowns. And so basically for most of these, this one doesn't have a little graphic with it just because it wouldn't really make sense. It was a select all option. And it's basically just like which of these on-campus entities do you think does an excellent job. I have like however many people responded there too. And so this is the breakdown. And so you can see that all of them have like pretty good turnouts, but like the 3 highest are like by quite a big margin is the Office of Multicultural Affairs, the Sexual Assault Prevention and Education Center, and the Center for Sexuality and Gender Diversity. And so that was just more so we could gauge like what's the impact of these different fee entities, how much are students utilizing them, not in any type of really like quantitative way, but it was just good for us to know. The next question is, as a student, what do you care about the most? And so this is what we really depended on a lot whenever we were making these decisions. And so this brown bar right there is student wages. And so that is 63.16% of people surveyed said this is a priority for them. And so that's like the largest by a lot, if you can tell. And so whenever we were making these decisions, we were really looking at it through that lens. Like, how are we prioritizing student wages? How do these fee entities play into that and elsewhere? The second most were kind of unsurprising, but it's healthcare and then therapy and counseling. And so that takes place in terms of our fee with our health fees and our caps. And like those are all kind of, they work together. So, yeah. And then this is kind of the breakdown of that. This is also on the agenda. I made sure to attach it there so you all can like look at it throughout this as well. I wanted to make this like accessible to you. But yeah. And then this was the other question that was on there, which is campus fees should be, and then these are the criteria. It's basically decreased, increased, or remain held flat. I didn't want to just leave it as decreased, increased, or held flat without giving some gauge as to what students were actually saying. So that's why I added those like not stipulations, but like details in there, because I wanted students to recognize like, you know, if you decrease something, that does mean things go away, you know, and so like same with increasing. And so I wanted to add that. But that green section right there is flat and the blue is decrease. And so unsurprisingly, students don't want to pay more money to attend college. And so I don't know if that's something that you all were expecting, but the stats are in. So this, if you just want to scan it really quickly, this is a link to the actual like short responses from people. There's like basically a tell me how you feel option. And so I went through all of them. And then I like put asterisks where there needed to be asterisks and things like that for censoring purposes, just to like, make sure, you know, wasn't anything too risque. But I really wanted to make this as like show you all what I saw on like my end and things. And so if you scan that, you'll have access to all of those. There was quite a few. There's like 270 responses of people, of students like talking about what they wanted to see and things like that. But yeah. So with that, I'm going to be moving on from this section. And again, this like this whole slideshow is on the agenda, like under a comment by KJHK. So you can see it there. But I'm going to keep on rolling through and start with the actual fees themselves. So I kind of separated these into like different areas that I thought would make the most sense and make like for the most continuous presentation. And so it's very much so arbitrarily chosen by me in terms of the order in which these are all going to go through. But yeah. So the first is KJHK. KJHK is our campus radio. It's like student-led, and they have some alternate like streams of revenue, like ads and things, but they really do depend on the student fee. In their presentation, they talked about a lot of the things that they've been doing, but they also noted that like even with this extra stuff, $4 is really the lowest they can go in terms of maintaining their operations and keeping it as the educational opportunity it currently is. And so after listening to their presentation, the fee review subcommittee opted to keep their fee flat at $4, and then finance agreed and kept their fee flat at $4 as well. And so that is KJHK's. Up next is student union activities. For those of you who aren't familiar, this is kind of like the student organization branch of the unions. And so basically like all of the fun events that you see, like Tea at 3 or the concert that was at the beginning of the fall semester, and then a lot of other events that are held here throughout the union, like outside, inside, things like that. SUA puts them on. And so it's a great outreach opportunity. There's like tons of opportunities for student leadership and involvement. It's also student ran. And so last year they were held at, or their fee was $0.50. This year they asked for an increase to $7.50 if I remember, and they had it tiered down. And so this was one of their tiers. So the fee review subcommittee didn't opt to give them the full increase, but they did want it, like this increase basically reflects the fact that it's like the fee review subcommittee and finance, they appreciate what they do, what they bring to the table, that student engagement and opportunities for interaction are important. And so that's why that $1.50 increase is there. And so that's about like roughly $60,000 of additional operations that they can glean from this $1.50 increase. And so, yeah. Up next is the University Daily Kansan. So they came in for $2.25. And basically, last year they were at $2. In the long run, their plan has always been to kind of like wean off of the student fee for the past couple of years, but at their own pace. And so they came in at $2.25. It was basically their thought process was to be like a one-time increase, basically just help them put some more money into their like revenue generating operations to like get more money this year, so that way they could come for a decrease next year. The fee review subcommittee ultimately decided to decrease them 20 cents because they did prove that they had other revenue streams available to them, and that they had like they were over in their ad revenue and they were under on their expenses, and so it showed that they were in a good place to kind of absorb this decrease. And so that's why that 20-cent decrease is there, and that was voted upon in fee first and then approved by finance as well, like with the rest of these. Up next is legal services for students, and so in fiscal year 2022, they were at $15 for their fee. The fee review subcommittee held them flat at $15. In finance last week, they reduced them 10 cents. or like we reduced them 10 cents. And so in fiscal year 2023, there's a stipulation that was added, which is to prioritize the pay and diversity of staff and legal expertise. And it's basically just to better meet students' needs whenever they go to legal services. And so this 10-cent reduction in finance was reflecting the ability to absorb their cut due to their carry forward. They had some unfilled positions in the past. And so this 10 cents is basically just like, this is one area where they can take this decrease this year. It's not out of the realm that it would be increased back like in the next fiscal year. Obviously, we can't guarantee that, but they are well poised to like not have to substantially reduce operations or anything like that as a result of this fee or this like 10-cent decrease. So yeah. Up next is student money management services. Last year they were at $2.80 for their set, so that's what they were operating on this year. They were decreased 5 cents in fee. And the kind of thought process was like they do a lot of great work, but like as like I'm sure you're starting to see, there's a lot of difficult decisions that have to be made every single year with fee. And so what we prioritized in fee and in finance was this next fiscal year. And so it's like long-term solutions and things like that. It's important to keep that in mind, but ultimately we're solving for the short run. And so for student money management services, this 5-cent decrease in the short run, they're going to be able to do okay with that. They have some money in their carry forward and they'll be able to maintain operations. And so that was affirmed by finance. Up next is Student Involvement and Leadership Center. So this one is a little bit interesting, and it'll make more sense whenever I get to the student organization fee. But for Silk, last year they were at $4.05. That's what they've operated on. And so the first thing is $1.50 was added for an increase for Silk, basically to pay for the Student Senate administrative assistant. As of right now, that like administrative assistant, that $1.50 exists within like Student Senate's fee. So this is basically moving that $1.50 over to Silk. So that $1.50 is not a part of Student Senate's fee. So it's like technically it's an increase to Silk, but net there is no increase for that $1.50. So just like consider that kind of like not increase or decrease, if that makes sense. Now the other 55 cents is basically to cover annual rising costs of operations, such as with Rock Chalk Central. So every single year, a lot of what this fee goes towards is paying for those services that all student organizations use. However, like those like websites and applications and software and things, they increase in cost every single year, and Student Senate has never actually accounted for those increases. So this extra 55 cents is just to help cover that, basically. So yeah. Up next is recycling. And so in fiscal year 2022, they are at $5.60. The proposed funding for fiscal year 2023 is $3. This is a $2.60 cut. And so in their presentation, they made it clear that they're already at maximum capacity. However, as a result of conversations from the student body president and the student body vice president that they had with administration regarding recycling and the lack of on-campus collaboration in a meaningful way with this is kind of the decision that FEE came up with and that finance was amenable to. And it's basically just this little clause right there. So it's like what it would mean is like upon passage of this fee proposal, the student senate or like fee subcommittee, we would basically write them a letter to administration and be like, look, we recognize recycling as a necessary service for the student body. However, right now, students are paying the vast majority for recycling on campus, right? Like a $5.60 fee is a lot of money, and there's not a lot of money coming from other places to support that. But students aren't the only one who use recycling, right? And the university is using it kind of as like, oh, we care, we have this recycling thing, all that. But like we can't, as a student senate, sustain it just off of our fee alone. So the idea is to bring this issue to the administration and to kind of really kind of like put some like force, like forces and like not like forcing someone to do something, like some actual power behind our words. And be like, look, here's where we're at. We know that we can't pay for like a $3 increase that's needed for recycling, you know? Like that's not something that we can do. We're looking to hold fees flat or decrease them based off of the needs of students and the rising cost of higher education. And we need more buy-in from you all. And so basically the proposal is we pay $3 and we send that letter and we're like, if you match us and pay $3 equivalency of fees to recycling, then we will keep this fee and we'll like leave it there, and recycling will still exist at KU, and it can even grow because that would lead to a net increase of like 40 cents. But if they don't, then in fiscal year 2024, it would decrease to $1.50, and then by fiscal year 2025, it'd be $0. And the thought process there is recycling is a necessary entity on our campus, but if students are the only ones who are sustaining it, then we can't keep like paying for it. Like we need support. Like we need buy-in from administration. We need buy-in from these other entities on campus. And we don't have it. And we've been saying it for a long time. So this is like putting actual action steps in place to ensure that we get there. And based off of the conversations that were relayed to the fee review subcommittee from the president and vice president, they feel confident that this will be met by administration. And so, yeah. So it's a kind of a different process than we usually take with fee. But I think that it's going to lead to a lot of really like proactive solutions. Up next is the Office of Multicultural Affairs. So in fiscal year, this has like 2 different fees within this one kind of like subject. And so the first is their operations fee. And so that's more of the student-facing stuff, like all of the different programs and trainings and things kind of stems from here. So fiscal year 2022, they're at $3.45. In fiscal year 2023, they were increased to $4.05. This is what they asked for. The fee review subcommittee and finance viewed this ask and granting it as a priority. In facilities, it's held flat based off of their requests. Up next is the Sexual Assault Prevention and Education Center. So they came in in fiscal year 2022, they were at $2.55. In fiscal year 2023, the fee review subcommittee and finance agreed to give them the 15-cent increase up to $2.70. Center for Sexuality and Gender Diversity, in fiscal year 2022, it was at $1.45. And for this one especially, it's important to note that fiscal year 2022 was this fee's first year as a fee. So it was lower last year. I know this is like over 100% increase, it's a lot, but it was its first year last year. So it was kind of just like trying to see how it would work, if fee was the right place for it and things like that. So the Center for Sexuality and Gender Diversity came back and they're like, look, this funding is really helpful for us. We do think this is the right place, but we need more to actually meet the demands of the students in this area. And so they came in for a $1.65 increase, which the fee review subcommittee prioritized as a place that needed to be met. And so their proposed fee is $3.10 for next year. Up next is the Emily Taylor Center for Women and Gender Equity. In fiscal year 2022, it was at $2.15. In fiscal year 2023, the proposed allocation is $2.20. The main source of this increase is in fiscal year 2022. They took on a graduate fellowship student who was basically like a women's education advocate in Afghanistan and was like at high risk. And so they were able to fund them traveling to the United States, and they're now a student here and able to stay safe here. And so they had to move some of their funds for other operations and things into paying for this fellowship. So this 5-cent increase basically just helps subsidize both of those things. So that way they can still maintain operations and also pay for this. Up next is supportive services. And so this is another area that did change based off of the original recommendations from fee. So for supportive services, it's basically split into these 3 different areas. So that's the Kansas Suicide Prevention Headquarters, the Willow Domestic Violence Center, and the Sexual Trauma and Abuse Care Center. And so those are 3 different entities, and they're the only 3 entities that are not exclusive to KU students and aren't KU entities, right? But the reason these fees exist is because KU students recognize that they do provide important services for students that need to be sustained. And so these are the breakdowns of their funding and what they asked for. The Willow this year asked for a $6,000 increase, but the fee review subcommittee said no on the grounds that $6,000 they could get from our safety board. So they would still get that $6,000. They're in the process of going through that, and I've had assurances from the chair of that board that they will obtain that funding, but it's just more so being smart about if a group can get funding elsewhere, that we don't kind of overextend one fund. And so they were originally held flat at fiscal year 2022 levels at $2.60 by the fee review subcommittee. However, in finance, they're reduced to $1.80. But that reduction is basically just reflecting the ability of finding a different fund that can be utilized and added to make sure they stay flat everywhere, but it's just not all going to come from fee. So they're still going to get all of that money. It's just not all coming from fee this year. And then, yeah, so that one's also another kind of confusing thing, but it's just in an attempt to actually maximize all of the funds that we have before we're overburdening students. Up next is the Educational Opportunity Fund. And I think I may come back to this one because the treasurer is actually going to be speaking on this because this was one that was amended down in finance. And so I'll come back to this at the end if the treasurer has not arrived by then and explain it, but I believe he can do a better job than myself. Oh, wait.
Can you explain to people what it is?
Oh, yes, I can do that. Yes, that's good. So for the Educational Opportunity Fund, it's basically a scholarship fund that the students, all students pay into it. So it's a $7 fee. And then that money goes and it's basically given out through an EOF process. So kind of how fee and then line and block, if you all are familiar with it, it's just another funding process. And so this year, I think it was like a 3-hour period. And they just go through the hearings and the testimonies and things and decide where that funding goes to. And it's kind of like scholarships. So it's taking money from all students, giving back to some for the EOF. And so it's a lot of times it's like described as one of the more like direct avenues of Student Senate. Whereas like usually we work with organizations, this works with more closely with like individuals via departments. Yeah. Next is the DEI fund. So in fiscal year 2022, it was at 90 cents. In fiscal year 2023, the proposed allocation is again 90 cents. This fee has been at 90 cents for a really long time. The difference this year is in fiscal year 2024, it is projected to have to increase by $1 in order to sustain operations. But that's not a problem really for this year. Just something for you all to keep in mind if you're staying in Senate. And that $1 is just basically to reflect the need to replenish the fund due to increased operations from last year of creating a line item fund. So, yeah. Up next is the student organization fee. And so in fiscal year 2022, this fee was at $17.60. In fiscal year 2023, it's at $16.60. And so there's a couple things that have changed within this fee that's hard to gauge just by looking at that number alone. So first, that $1.50 that I mentioned earlier that goes into Silk is removed from here. So that would have decreased it to like $16.10. And then there's also a $50 increase based on block recommendations that will be coming through in a couple weeks. And so that's there. And then there's also been a restructuring of executive hour caps and new positions created. So I've added those here. After I got access to that presentation. And so basically to run through this really quickly, so there'd be the student body president, the student body vice president, the chief of staff, and the treasurer are all held at 29 hours a week. The internal affairs director and the social justice director are both at 20 hours. The government relations director is at 15 hours. There's going to be a new position for IT related things. That's like web maintenance of the website, like doing Teams stuff, things like that, which would be 10 hours a week. The fund development director, which is the new name for the associate treasurer, which would be 10 hours a week. The communications director, which is going to be like social media, things like that, 10 hours a week. The policy development director, it will be 10 hours a week. And then there's going to be a sustainability director. They'll basically be in charge of CAB and a couple other sustainability type things. They would be at 5 hours a week. So that's a new role. So the two new roles that have been added to here that were not on here previously were sustainability and IT. And then the chairs would be paid for up to 5 hours a week. And then the vice chairs would be paid 1 hour a week under this model. So yeah, there's a lot of changes on there, but yeah. And then this is pulled from the presentation that the treasurer made to Block. Okay, wait. Up next is unions, and so the first is in fiscal year 2022, the KU Info was a really big conversation about what to do with it, and so in fiscal year 22, it was there's a sundown clause. And basically, it was 80 cents last year to kind of keep it alive for this year, and then it would be gone by fiscal year 2023. So that 80 cents was essentially just up for grabs at that point. And so we decided to move it back into the union's building fee. And so that's where that 80-cent increase comes from there, from $62.60 to $63.40. And that fee is basically just going to be, it's a little bit of extra wiggle room, but really what that'll look like next year in terms of unions is that they would be maintaining operations as we're seeing them this semester. So it's not open on Sundays. It closes early on Saturdays. You can still host events late at night Saturdays, but there's a fee and things like that. And then student organizations could come in and pay for that late fee too, through via Student Senate. But that's kind of what the fee review subcommittee felt like would be okay. And then the Burge Union is a fixed fee. It's a contract that has been signed for a while. It's that $18.70. I didn't put FY22 or whatever because it's just there. We don't even talk about it. And so yeah. Up next is health, and so this is Watkins mostly, especially these first two. So for operations, in fiscal year 2022, it's at $137.25. They were given a $5 increase last year, basically for COVID-related increases and things like that. Basically, we recognized as a fee review subcommittee in Student Senate last year that Watkins is under additional stress due to COVID, and so that $5 is to help them. This year, it was decreased $1.65, so they still have some of that extra funding from that additional $5 increase from fiscal year 2022, but it's just not the full amount. And the rationale for that additionally was they had like over budgeted their revenues, like they made more than they expected to, and their costs were less than they expected them to be. So they were also just in a good place financially for this fiscal year. So it made sense to decrease $1.65 here, especially considering the status of some of our other fee entities. Up next is facilities. They were held flat at $3.50. Same with CAPS and Burt Nash. And so CAPS is at $29.10, and then Burt Nash is at $1.60. And CAPS is psychological services, for those of you who don't know. So like that's our on-campus therapy and things like that. And then Burt Nash is not on campus. It's the only other exception. But this fee was added like a few years back, I think like 4 or 5 years ago maybe. And it's basically like Burt Nash can deal with more like severe cases for students than CAPS has the capacity to do. And so it just provides another like avenue for students to receive help. Up next is the rec. And so this is like the gym on campus and things like that. So for operations in fiscal year 2022, they were at $50.80. For fiscal year 2023, they, through finance, are at $56.30, which is a $5.50 increase. The fee review subcommittee increased them $4.50. $5.50 was their ask. So that extra dollar was added in finance. And so basically the thought process with the $5.50 is it's not like they're going to be able to increase operations. It's simply that they're going to be able to like maintain where they're at currently. They increased student wages over this year, even though they didn't necessarily have the money to do it, but that's just because they knew that it was something that students really wanted and that we really valued. So they did that for themselves, even like knowing that it's going to be like sacrifices for themselves on their end. And so as a result of that prioritization of student wages, the fee review subcommittee kind of like looked on them as a place to grant their full ask to maintain operations. And that's also based off of the data that was pulled from the survey where student wages were prioritized. It felt like this was like the embodiment of that statistic. And then sports clubs was decreased 50 cents. Sports clubs are not like our varsity athletics or anything like that. It's like right below that. So not all students can participate in them, but like there's like 800 some students who are involved in them, but they do charge dues, and they would be able to absorb this into their like due collection, like facilities and things. And so since not all students are a part of this or necessarily can be a part of this, it made sense to decrease here. This is also not unprecedented. It has been decreased in years past as well. Facilities was held flat, and the expansion bond is another fixed one that we can't touch. So the facilities, or the expansion bond, and then the union fixed one, those two are the only ones that are just like, they're here, we love them, and we just don't talk about them because they're contracts, basically. Up next is transportation. So for bus procurement and for Safe Ride, they were both held flat. So bus procurement was at $27.50, and that's basically their ability to buy new buses so that way they can always cycle through and not overexhaust their fleet. For Safe Ride, it's held flat at $7.50. If you all aren't familiar with Safe Ride, I would get familiar with it. It's a great resource. It's kind of like free Uber for KU students. But operations has decreased $4 from $56.25 this fiscal year into net $52.25 for next fiscal year. And so I added here, I pulled these quotes from correspondence with transportation regarding what exactly this decrease would look like. And so it would basically be like merging the 4 off-campus routes into 2 routes that operate every 30 minutes instead of every 20 minutes, merging 2 campus circulators to reduce the number of buses used to provide service every 10 minutes, reducing the number of buses on the Route 43 to reflect ridership patterns, and eliminating or reducing evening services. However, in their presentation, originally the eliminating or reducing evening service routes wasn't like originally part of it. The more of the dialogue around this was it'd be like some of these or a little bit from all of it, but it wouldn't be like all this in this capacity, if that makes sense. So part of the like reason for this decrease is that there was a collective, not unanimous, but like ultimately like a majority, a consensus that the transportation has places where they could like absorb these cuts, one, as it's a massive operation, and in addition to that, they could places where they could be more inefficient, such as actually like running their routes according to ridership patterns, which is probably something that should be happening anyway. And so transportation did appear before Finance Committee last week, and then this $4 decrease was ultimately sustained in finance. And so that brings me to totals. So in fiscal year 2022, the total for the campus fee was $491.95. In fiscal year 2023, it's at $489.05. So that's a $2.90 decrease for the fee for this year based off of what we're looking at right now. And then this is a breakdown. And so based off of that $40,480 multiplier that I talked about earlier, it was $20,000, or this is like $20,250,582.40 worth of funding that we're talking about here tonight. So like I multiplied this out for you all, and I put it on there because I want you to realize the magnitude of what we're talking about. You know, like I have like lived and breathed over like these numbers over the past 6 months. So it's like I'm really passionate about it. I feel like it matters a lot, but I want you all to understand like why this is something that's like worthy of this conversation and of this focus in this group. And then I've also included a breakdown right here of everything. And then before I wrap up, I'm gonna go back to EOF and let our treasurer discuss that.
Before our treasurer speaks, can I get a motion to extend speaker's time by 5 minutes? All right, I see a motion from Holly. Do I see a second from Stuart? Perfect. All right, is there any opposition to extending speaker's time by 5 minutes? All right, seeing none, it is done.
Okay, so Educational Opportunity Fund, what happened last week was that it was, there was a motion to decrease it by half because the stipulation that the fee committee put in mid-February of the EOF board to create rules around it was not actually done, and the allocations were made. And when you look at it, from comparing it to a required campus fees perspective, the amount of time put into it around deliberations didn't equate to the amount that was being allocated out. And then when the board was asked to make rules because of the stipulation from the fee committee, they decided not to make the rules, instead let it be an option for the board to decide. So that was brought back to Finance Committee, and Finance Committee then added another stipulation saying if a board, one, decreasing it by half, and then the stipulation that Finance Committee added was if there's no rules created around limitations of how much can be allocated in the EOF fund board, this fee would be decreased to a 0, but next year. The only big change from last week to this week is just an error I made last week in explaining the fee and its impact. So it would not be impacting next year's cycle, but rather this year's cycle. So the EOF board would have to re-meet in a couple weeks if this was to pass to make reallocations. The nice thing is no award letters have been sent out at this time, so no one would be confused on the recipient side.
So yeah, and then I'll just go back to this page for you all. But yeah, so this is the breakdown of it all. Right on the left column, that like light gray one, that's fiscal year 2022. And so that's like basically what all these fee entities have been operating under this year. And so what we're talking about tonight and what we're voting on is the second column, FY 2023. That's like basically the next academic year and what they're all going to be like operating on and things like that. And so I know it's not super like large and things like that. But if you just like open the presentation on your own devices, then you'll all be able to like see that, and as well as other things that you've seen. But yeah, that's all that I have for this presentation. So thank you all for bearing with me. I know it's a lot, but it really is important. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sadie, for that amazing presentation. And all right, yeah, let's clap. Brilliant. All right, Holly? A negative speech? Okay, before we get into that, so we're about to go in to vote on all of the fee bills. And so what I was going to request is like a 5-minute recess before we move into those votes. All right, I see a motion from Camden. Do I see a second? Second from Stuart. Yeah?
Are there any questions?
Oh, I was going to say we'd ask questions on each fee as we voted upon them.
Oh, okay, that works for me.
All right, with that, is there any opposition to moving into a 5-minute recess? All right, seeing none, we are in recess.
Oh, shit.
That's really good.
Now on my own, because we discussed, you guys discussed that still? Okay. Okay.
All right, everyone, I'm going to go ahead and call this session back into order. If everyone could take their seats. As everyone's back in session, and before we get on to the bill, I will say I do have pressing news. The student body president has officially signed Senate Bill 2022-60 into law, so that bill takes effect with immediacy. So now any student in this chamber will be allowed speaking rights, and any advisor and or vice provost for student affairs will be allowed speaking rights in the chamber. All right, and with that, we will go ahead and move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the bill concerning the KJHK fee. All right, and Sadie, do you want to come up and present that, or not for the presentation, but just like for the bill itself, like put it on like the slide?
Well, I already put it on the slide.
Humberto has it. Hello. You could, but you know what? You've had enough time up here. You relax. All right. So do we have any positive, or rather, this would have to start with a negative speech on the KJHK fee? Or wait, no, this would be positive. Huh. Motion? Motion to call to question. Okay, so it's been motioned by Max, and I do see a second from Camden. All right, it has been properly moved and seconded to call the KJHK fee bill into question. Do I see any opposition to this action? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move to a vote on the KJHK fee bill. A reminder that this does require a 2/3 majority to pass. All right, that poll has been posted to the Students' Assembly channel. Please vote yes if you would like to approve the KJHK fee bill as it stands. Vote no if you would not like to approve this bill and send it back to the Finance Council. And abstain if you would like to stay out of the matter. All right, we have met quorum on this matter. Is there anyone who has the ability to vote that has not already done so? All right, seeing no opposition and no changes, I will go ahead and move to close this vote. And with a vote of 32 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this motion clearly passes, and the fee bill is introduced in the Constitution. All right. Thank y'all. All right, now we will move on to the next fee on our agenda, which is the Student Union Activities or SUA fee. Do I see any positive or negative speeches on this matter and or a motion? All right, I see a motion from Stuart to call the question. All right, and do I see a second? All right, I see a second over here. All right, what was your name again? I'm sorry. Angela, perfect. All right, so we have a motion that's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any opposition towards moving to a vote for the Student Union Activities fee? All right, seeing none, I will go ahead and get that vote posted on the Students' Assembly channel. Oh, I have one here. Oh, never mind. All right, that poll has now been posted. Do you approve the Student Union Activity fee for fiscal year 23? Vote yes if you would like to approve this fee, no if you would not like to approve this fee, and abstain if you would like to stay out of the vote. Also, Hamad, did I just see the catch box?
Yep.
Is it functional?
We'll see.
All right.
Ethan, I have a procedural question.
Yes.
Sadie just told me that if something fails, as in, we're not allowed to individually edit fees in this instance, are we?
No, you're not. If you do make any edits to the fees, they'll have to be sent back to Finance Council for cycle 12.
Okay.
Yes.
But like one by one, right?
Huh? Yes, one by one.
Whole thing, okay. What if my bill passes tonight?
Huh?
Is that other bill already?
Yeah, we moved to the top of the agenda.
Yeah, it did pass. However, the student body president would like some more time before she considers signing the legislation. All right. And it looks like we have 29 votes thus far. We need one more vote to reach quorum. I'll let the poll run for about another minute. All right, with that, we do have enough votes to reach quorum here. So is there anyone who would like to vote on the matter that hasn't yet done so? All right, I'm still seeing votes roll in, so I'll give another 30 seconds for this motion. All right, final call for voting on this bill. All right, we'll go ahead and close this vote here. All right, and so with a vote of 33 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this motion clearly passes. All right. All right, the next bill we will be moving to is the Legal Services for Students fee. Umberto, if you can go ahead and shift that.
We're good.
Do I see a positive or a negative speech regarding the Legal Services for Students fee? And/or do I see a motion? Okay, Bander with a motion? Or with a
negative speech.
A negative speech. All right, it would seem that Bander has a negative speech. Since that is on the floor, we'll go ahead and allot Bander 2 minutes for that speech. Bander, you could go up to the podium.
Okay, thank you so much for having me tonight.
Thank you. Excuse me, can we get order in the chamber? Can we listen to our presenter? Thank you. All right.
Let me just give me a second here. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me tonight. I am Bander Al-Muhammadi. I'm a law student at KU Law School, and then I am the chair of the advisory board of Legal Services for Students. So as we spoke 3 weeks ago, we did a presentation, the director and I, and Katie, one of the interns with the office. And then last week I spoke with the finance committee, explain why we need to keep the fee as it is, flat 15 as last year, as it has been, because it is very important, very significant to keep it as it is for the next year, for the many reasons. First, in 2021, we served more than 3,000 students, 3,484. Can you imagine? We received 100 emails, 500 emails, 100 calls per week to serve the students and to keep and to maintain the services that we're providing to students. Some of the students said we have a reserve account. Yes, we have some money in the reserve account, but still we need more money. We need to hire more attorneys because now we have 3 attorneys in the office. Can you imagine 3 attorneys for more than 20,000 students at KU? So we need to hire more attorneys, and then we haven't had a full-time attorney since 2020, September 2020, as a full-time attorney. Still, we need full-time attorney. One of the attorney went to the general office, worked for the general office because we haven't been able to hire a full-time attorney in the office. We need the money to keep the efficiency and productivity of the office for the next year. If you reduce the amount for this year, yes, we can come back again next year and ask, but there's no guarantee the amount of money will go back again. So we need to keep it as it is to keep the efficiency and productivity of the legal service that we provide. One more point, sorry.
Oh, sorry, we are out of time, so unless, all right, by 3 minutes. Do I see a second? Second from Camden, all right.
Thank you.
And do we see any opposition to this motion? All right, seeing none, the speaker's time is extended by 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. So the board recently decided to represent student in court for name changes and marker change, gender marker change to represent the students at court. Nowadays, we are doing tax workshops for students. Can you imagine today, just today, some of the staff at the workshops location, which is in Summerfield, some of them in the office. We try to keep the efficiency of the office between 2 locations, but still we need to hire more attorney. As a law student, if I just keep with one contract, it takes me a while to read the contract in a thorough way to find a resolution for the client. Just one client. Can you imagine if you have 10 or 20 or 30 or 50 or more than that? So the efficiency and the productivity and the work that we've been doing for a while, we need to keep it as it is. We don't want to worry about the lack of funding for next year. If we worry about that, then the energy will switch to the find another funding and another money to keep the office as it is. You and I, some days, we will need legal services for any issues that we have. Landlord tenants, tax, if you have contract, if you are selling your car. In your life, all of us, we encounter many legal issues in our life, so we need the legal services all the time. One more point, if you just Google it, legal service for students in Kansas State, you'll find the legal service at KU at the beginning in the Google search. That means we have a great staff, we have a great job that we are doing at KU, so we need to keep it as it is. So we need to keep it as a flat. We don't ask for increase, just keep it as it is, as it has been, 15. No more money for the next year. I'm not thinking about short term, I'm thinking about long term. Just keep it as it is. There's no reason to reduce it for 10 cents just for 1 year and then come back again. It is not reasonable, just that my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Vander. Thank you for your expertise as well as like our LSS Advisory Board Chair. All right, and with that, do I see any motions to amend the legislation to Vander's request? Oh, I see a motion from Holly to put it to $15. All right, do I see a second? Oh, I see Cynthia online trying to say something. Oh, and Hypatia also seconded that. So we will move into a vote. Is there any opposition to amending the legal services for students fee bill to add an extra 10 cents? All right, Camden, are you in opposition? Perfect. All right, and Cynthia, what did you want to say?
I don't know if it's the right time to say, but I just wanted to make a supporting speech to what the other guy said about keeping it the way it was. And that's just because a lot of international students...
We're not in a speech yet. We are currently deciding upon a motion.
Okay.
But yes, if you would like to, you can speak following this motion vote. I can add you to the speaking order. All right. And I'll be adding that motion to the Students Assembly channel here. Any amendments that happen, go to All right, so this poll is going to be titled, do you approve increasing the, or no, that isn't worded correctly. I'm going to change that. Yep, okay. So the question is going to be, do you approve a 10-cent increase to the current FY23 LSS fee proposal? Oh, yeah. No, if it's amended, then it would be something that gets sent back to finance, and then finance could decide whether they're going to keep that amendment or whether they're going to pass something else. Huh? Yeah, so it'll just be sent to finance. If it does pass, it will be sent to finance as this $15 LSS proposal, and then finance can also amend it. But generally speaking, if you don't listen to the recommendations from the Students' Assembly, it could get failed at the next meeting. So that'll basically just be like whatever the Finance Council voters do decide. But yeah, I will be posting this into the chat here. And since this is just an amendment to legislation, it should only need to pass by a simple majority. All right, as it stands right now, we have 21 votes. We need 9 more votes to reach our quorum. Oh, coming up here. So I'll let that run for about another minute and a half. We're voting because there was opposition. So for amendments in this case, like we're voting because there was like clearly division in the chamber. So it'll require a simple majority to amend the legislation, but it still will require a 2/3 vote to pass the final fee.
Okay. Ethan, by the way, if there are quorum issues, I'll rescind my motion, my objection. My concern was procedural. I have no problem with the actual contents. So now that my procedural concerns have been resolved, we don't make quorum, I can withdraw my objection.
Oh. All right. Let's see, I suppose we do have the amendment still running through though. If you want to withdraw your objection, I suppose. Huh? So like this is the amendment to the fee proposal.
Oh, so we already voted on the motion.
Huh?
We already voted on the motion.
We're voting on the motion now.
I'm so confused. You're right.
Okay, so yeah. So Holly made a motion here to add a 10-cent increase to what is the current proposal. So right now the proposal is $14.90. Holly's motion was to make it $15. Because there was dissonance in the chamber at the time, we went ahead and went to a procedural vote for that motion. Now the procedural vote is processing and can't really be stopped until, because then I wouldn't know if there was any other division in the chamber, essentially.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was an idiot. I thought it was a previous question.
All right. Thank you. All right, looks like we still have some stuff going through, but we have met quorum, so I will go ahead and give that another 30 seconds, but then I think we will be able to move on. All right. Now, all right, since the vote total has not changed in a while here, I'll go ahead and delete this poll here. And with a vote of 14 in the affirmative and 15 in the negative with 3 abstentions, this motion clearly fails. All right, and with that, I believe Cynthia had a positive speech on the table here. Or no, Cynthia, it was in support of Bander, correct?
Yes, I was just gonna give additional reasons why we should, reconsider the motion.
All right, so I'll go ahead and request a positive speech ahead of you, but you are in the order for negative speeches. All right, do I see a positive speech on the floor here?
Is that for me? I guess I don't understand.
So yours would be a negative speech because you're wanting to support Bander's position, which would be against the current fee bill.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right, so do I see a positive speech from any member? Oh, Sarah? Yes.
I think how they were discussing Sarah was talking about saying, and so
Oh, are you making a speech right now? Or, oh, I was gonna say, could you come up to the podium so that viewers can hear? Yeah. Because we still haven't voted on the fee bill.
So yeah, I'm definitely in favor of what
Sarah's
is
in support of
currently
the current
happening
people.
on the screen.
All right, you have 2 minutes.
Oh, perfect, thank you. Just if we're thinking about things and on a short-term basis, and that's how everything is being decided, as I believe Sadie was discussing earlier, I think it would be unfair to consider this in a long-term way, as Banner was discussing, and just put this off another year. If they're able to absorb that, then everything would work fine, and if not, then this could be discussed again next fiscal year. That's all.
All right, thank you for that, Sarah. Are there any questions for Sarah? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move on to our next negative speech, would be with Cynthia Asiaka. And Cynthia, you have 2 minutes on the floor.
Okay, so I think we should amend the motion to keep it at $15. That's just because I understand that 10 cents might seem not to be a lot, but for the population that a lot of the legal services that really need legal services that aren't able to get like tax information, the tax workshops and things like that, or even representation with dealing with, or even just knowing how to navigate the landlord landscape in the US. It's really critical for them that we try to do right by just keeping it the way it is. I understand we're working short term, but 10 cents in the short term, keeping it the way it is, isn't really going to make that much of a huge difference in the overall student fees. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Cynthia. Are there any questions for Cynthia? All right, seeing none. We currently do not have any speeches on the floor. Do I see any motions to amend or a motion to call to question? All right, I see a motion from Camden to call to question. All right, and then I see a second from Sophia. Perfect. All right, and is there any opposition to calling to question on the legislation? Reminder that it does take 2/3 to end debate. If there's no opposition, then we can go into a vote on the legislation. Oh. Can folks online hear me? Yes. Okay, perfect. Yeah, people can hear me online. All right, so if there's no opposition, we will go ahead and move to a final vote on the legal services for students fee at the original total of $14.90. All right, that poll has now been posted. Do you approve the legal services for students fee for fiscal year 23? If you would like to approve this fee as it stands at $14.90, vote yes. If you would not like to approve this fee and can still consider it in the chamber, vote no. And if you would like to abstain, please abstain. All right, we're standing at 27. Oh, now we're at 30. Still have votes rolling in. I'll give the poll about another minute and then we'll go ahead and call it. All right, it seems voting has stabilized at 33. So is there anyone who has the ability to vote on this legislation that has not yet done so? All right, seeing none, I will go ahead and delete the poll here. And with a vote of 24 in the affirmative, 8 in the negative, and 1 abstention, this motion clearly passes. Yes. Better on that. All right, then the next fee that we are reviewing is the Student Money Management Services fee bill. Thank you, Humberto. All right. Do I see a positive or negative speech on this bill and/or a motion to call to question? All right, I see a motion from Hamad to call to question, I'm guessing. Perfect. And then I see a second from Stewart. All right. Is there any opposition to calling the Student Money Management Services fee into question? All right. Seeing none, we will go ahead and move towards a vote. All right, that is now posted onto the Students Assembly channel. Do you approve the Student Money Management Services fee for fiscal year 23? Yes, no, or abstain. Yes if you approve, no if you do not approve, and abstain if you would like to stay out of this matter. Yeah, I'd like to say, as Umberto makes these comments too, I'd like to applaud voting members for voting so quickly this session, especially in comparison to our latter sessions. So yeah, that is helping move things along really well. As of right now, we're looking for 4 more votes, 3 more votes. So we have reached quorum. However, I am still seeing changes in the vote, so I will allow 30 more seconds for the poll here, and then we'll look to close the vote. All right, is there anyone who has the ability to vote in this matter that has not yet done so? Seeing none, I will move to close the poll. All right, and with a vote of 31 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 1 abstention, this motion clearly passes. All right, and with that, we will be moving on to the Student Involvement and Leadership Center, or SILC fee. Do I see any positive or negative speeches regarding this fee? Do I see a motion? All right, I see a motion from Stuart. All right, motion to call to question. Hamad can't second, but Austin can. All right, so we will now move to a vote on the matter. Is there any opposition to doing so? If not, we will get a vote posted. All right, so now we have put up a poll here. Do you approve the Student Involvement and Leadership Center fee for fiscal year 23? Vote yes if you'd like to approve this fee, no if you would not like to approve this fee, and abstain if you would like to stay out of the discussion. I'll let that poll run for 2 minutes. 2 more responses for us to reach quorum. Wesley, yes, I do have your vote on the record. We are still looking for 2 more votes on this fee. If you've not submitted your vote, please do so, or else we might lose quorum. All right, gonna give until about 8:55 here for us to reach quorum on this motion here. We need 2 more votes, so if you know someone who is a voting member of the Students' Assembly, please text them. At 8:55, we will be reading the roster. Oh, we're at 29, 1 more vote.
I got someone coming.
All right. Oh, well, we are at quorum. Yeah, we're at 31 now. So, yeah, but please do have them come so we are not so close next time. But yeah, and all of these are voting members. All right. Is there any voting member that can vote on this motion that has not yet done so? All right. Seeing none, I will go ahead and call this vote. And with a vote of 30 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this motion clearly passes. All right, now we'll be moving on to the next fee here, which is the campus recycling fee. Do I see any positive or negative speeches concerning the recycling fee?
I have a motion to call the question.
All right, and then I see a second from Austin. Perfect. Is there any opposition to Camden's motion? Oh, Cynthia replied in the chat. Oh, Cynthia, you're in opposition to the motion?
Yes, negative speech.
Okay. All right. Camden, do you want to withdraw your motion or would you like to maintain it?
Actually, I withdrew. I think he can call to question. Let's see how that goes.
Okay, sounds good, Cynthia. All right. Since there is now no... Oh, wait, so I'm presuming that is like Cynthia withdrawing her opposition from Camden's motion?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we will go ahead and move to a vote on this bill if there is no opposition.
Oh, wait. I thought he was calling to the question.
Yeah, he's calling to question. His motion is to call to question, and if you were in opposition of that motion, we would vote on whether or not we want to vote. But if you are not in opposition to that motion, we're voting on the bill right now.
No, I had a negative speech on the motion, on the bill.
On the recycling fee.
Yeah, I had a negative speech and I wanted to propose something else.
Okay, so you're going to keep your opposition to Camden's motion then?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Sorry about that. Just had to get that there. All right. So we will move to a vote now on whether or not we will vote on the legislation. Is everyone good with that? Perfect. So this will be called, do you approve ending debate on the recycling fee proposed for fiscal year 23? Yes, if you would like to end debate now and proceed to a vote. No, if you would like to continue discussing the fee and give speeches. And abstain if you would like to stay out of the question. And a reminder that this does require a 2/3 majority to pass. All right, everyone, we're looking for 3 more votes to reach quorum. Oh, 1 more vote to reach quorum. I'll give about another minute for the poll to run. All right, we have now reached quorum. So is there any voting member who would like to vote on this matter who has not yet done so? All right, if none, then I will go ahead and close the poll. Oh, we do still have a change rolling in, so I will let that run for another 30 seconds, but then we'll look towards closing it. All right. Is there any other voters who would like to have their voice heard on this motion? Seeing no change, I'm going to go ahead and move to delete the poll. All right, and with a vote of 27 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 1 abstention, the motion to end debate clearly passes. And so now I'm seeking a motion to call to question on the legislation. I see a motion from Holly. Do I have a second to call to question? I see a second from Stewart. All right, and so now we will be moving into a vote. Is there any opposition? Or rather, we just went through the opposition, so I'm just going to call the vote. Oh, quite right. See, I have to like switch into my chat.
Just checking in with you guys. The building is scheduled to close at 10. The way that you're, I don't see it this way. I think are you seeing some attrition? Well, it kind of matches your shirt. Very nice. Yeah, well, I'm kind of complimenting. No, I'm just saying I want to remind you. I don't want to. If you guys have form and you're able to get your business done, that's fine. I want to. That's something context for the meeting. So, and you can show well. Yeah, because you're like the best and you're and you want to be the best. Well, I think that's right.
Folks, we are 10 votes short. Please make sure, 11 votes short. Please make sure you are voting when these bills are being sent so that we don't keep you all here. We still have several bills to go through. The union closes at 10. We are trying to get through this. Don't be disrespectful, please. Just pay attention to the votes whenever it's there. Send it. Thank you. We made it to quorum. I appreciate it.
All right, and so with that, is there anyone else who would like to vote? Is there anyone else who, oh, I'm seeing a change here, so I will let this poll run for another 30 seconds. All right, and is there anyone else who has voting rights who has not yet voted? Oh, you have someone coming?
I think we reached quorum. We already reached.
Yeah, we've reached quorum though. Yeah. So, all right, anyone else? Seeing none, I will move to close the poll. All right, and for the recycling fee with a vote of 32 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 in the abstention, this motion passes unanimously. All right, next item on our agenda that we will be moving on to is the Office of Multicultural Affairs fee. Is there any speech in opposition or in approval of that fee? Is there a motion to call that fee to question? All right, I see a motion back here. What was your name again?
Zachariah.
Zachariah?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, and then I see a second from Sarah. All right, and so it's been properly moved and seconded to move towards a vote on this legislation. Is there anyone in this chamber who is in opposition to such actions? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move towards an official vote.
Wait, no, I'm sorry, that's what she. Oh, the child? Yeah. Yeah, make sure they
All right, the poll is now going out. Do you approve the Office of Multicultural Affairs fee for fiscal year 23? Please vote yes if you'd like to approve this fee, no if you would not like to approve this fee, and abstain if you would like to stay out of the discussion. That poll is being sent now. Please vote as soon as you possibly can.
I looked it up. She's a major actor.
All right, we are at 25. We need 5 more votes to reach quorum. Please get those votes in. We have reached our quorum of 30. Is there any other voting member that hasn't voted on this legislation that would like to do so? All right, seeing no opposition and no changes in the vote tally. Oh, looks like we did have a change here, so I will let that run for another 30 seconds. All right, I've let that run for about 30 seconds here. Is there anyone else who has not yet voted on this matter that can do so? Seeing no opposition and no changes, I will go ahead and close this poll. All right. And with a vote of 33 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this motion clearly passes. All right, we will now move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the Sexual Assault Prevention and Education Center fee. Is there any speech that is negative or positive in relation to this bill? All right, is there a motion to call this bill into question? I see a motion from Holly, and then I see a second from Austin. All right, and with that, is there any opposition in the chamber to calling this bill into question? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move towards a vote on this matter. All right, the poll has been sent. Do you approve the Sexual Assault Prevention and Education Center, or SAPEC fee, for fiscal year 2023? If you would like to approve this fee, please vote yes. If you would not like to approve this fee, please vote no. And if you would like to stay out of this discussion, please abstain. And that poll will run for 2 minutes. All right, we're looking for 2 more votes to reach quorum. All right, we do have 32 responses on this matter, so is there anyone who has voted that has the ability to do so? All right, seeing no opposition and no changes, I'll go ahead and end this vote. And with a vote of 32 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this motion clearly passes. All right, and with that, we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, which is the Center for Sexuality and Gender Diversity, or SGD fee. All right, I see a motion from Ahmad. All right, do I have a second anywhere in the chamber? All right, I see a second over here. All right, and so with that, is there anyone who is in opposition to this matter? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move towards a vote. All right, and Max, did you get the second? Was Julia on that? The second was Julia. Yeah, okay, cool. I just know I didn't say it, and so I was like, All right. Oh, wait. All right, the vote's about to be posted. Do you approve the Center for Sexuality and Gender Diversity fee for fiscal year 23? If you would like to approve this fee, vote yes. If you would not like to approve this fee, vote no. And if you would like to stay out of this discussion, please abstain. All right, we're looking for 2 more votes to reach quorum, so if you are a voting member, please make sure to get your vote in. All right, we're currently at 30. Camden and Austin, would you like to get your votes in? Yeah, it's the approval of the Center for Sexuality and Gender Diversity fee.
Oh, that's embarrassing. All right, I voted, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. All right, and now that we have quorum here, is there anyone in opposition to closing the voting now? Anyone who hasn't voted yet? Seeing none and no changes, we'll go ahead and close the vote. All right, and with a vote of 32 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this motion clearly passes.
Testing.
This mic works now.
Hey! Camden, do you want to try it out?
Hello. Oh, that is cool. Yeah,
my
how
gosh.
sensitive. I'm gonna just like start talking. Can you still, is this still going over this? God, this is sensitive.
No.
Ask them if they can hear you.
Can you hear me online? Wow.
Yeah, it's
That's
heard
cool.
online.
You have to be careful around this thing, man. You do. It's literally picking up this.
Yeah, anything you say around that box will pop up on our stream.
How do I turn it off? Can I mute it?
You can't mute it? Okay.
Take away from me.
Do we just want to set it in front of the, or the podium, or where does this box need to go? Oh, you want it up here? All right, so everyone feel good that the spy box is now in a safe place. Grand. All right, the next fee is the Emily Taylor Center for Women and Gender Equity, or ETC fee. Do I see any speeches approving or opposing this fee? Do I see a motion? All right, I see a motion from Julia, second from Stuart. All right, and with that, is there any opposition to that motion to vote on this legislation? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move towards a vote on the matter. All right, so the poll that's about to go out is, do you approve the Emily Taylor Center for Women and Gender Equity fee for fiscal year 2023? If you would like to approve this fee, please vote yes. If you would like to not approve this fee, vote no. And if you would like to stay out of this discussion, please abstain. And I'll let that poll run for 2 minutes. Please get your votes in as soon as you can.
We're calling it the Skybox.
Yeah. Wow, that's a little concerning.
Because whatever you say in it will be broadcasted.
Oh, lovely. Is it working?
Testing. It's a nice camera, or mic you can throw around.
Seems like perfect for this chamber. Yeah.
There's some lights in here that catch people's audio. We just have to take four polys that over there, the audio gets proper fast. UDK?
Yeah.
Are you Oh, I'm sorry.
Sometimes it's with your memory. The human behind that byline, when you post things on Twitter.
Your name.
I can imagine.
All right, everyone, we're currently looking for 2 more votes on this matter. So if you've not voted, please do so. We are 2 votes away from quorum.
So I did not expect to be here until 9:30 at night.
Oh, this one you You looks recorded online, right? On YouTube.
Yeah, I know.
All right, we have now reached quorum on this matter. Is there anyone who's a voting member that has not yet voted?
I'm gonna be honest.
If not, we will go ahead and close this vote. All right, and with a vote of 30 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this motion clearly passes. Emily Taylor Center. All right, and with that, we will be moving on towards the supportive services fee. Is there any speech in opposition or approval of that fee? I'll have Humberto put it up before we do that discussion. If not, then I will be seeking a motion. I see a motion from Hamad.
Motion to call question.
Motion to call to question, and then I see a second from Sarah. All right. Any opposition to calling to question on the fee that is displayed right in front of you?
This is so fucking awesome. This is so fucking awesome.
Seeing none, we will move to a vote on this matter.
Wow, and it doesn't even... I love this. You look so cute with that logo.
Oh. All right, the vote is going out. Do you approve the supportive services fee for fiscal year 2023? If you'd like to support this fee, vote yes. If you do not support this fee, vote no. If you would like to abstain, please do so.
Yeah, okay.
All right, everyone, we are currently looking for 5 more votes on this matter. If you've not yet voted, please do so now. All right, we are at 28 responses, 29, 30. Here we go. All right, I will verify the votes, and then we will move forward.
That was probably a good roast in my life. Just like one more.
All right, with that, we have met quorum. Is there any voting member that has not yet voted on this matter that wishes to do so? Yeah, we have quorum. It's past 31. All right, seeing none and no changes in the vote, we'll go ahead and delete the poll. All right, and with a vote of 31 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this motion clearly passes. In terms of a progress update, we started this session with 28 pieces of legislation. We now only have 12 pieces of legislation left. So thank you very much for holding on with us, and we will continue going through the fee package here. The next one is the Educational Opportunity Fund bill. Oh, Holly, do you have a speech?
Oh, I have a speech. It's a speech. Yes, I do.
All right, a negative speech from Holly, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would love for everyone to pay attention as I speak because I have a lot of important information to say.
All right, with that, yes, I would like to call the Chamber's attention to Holly, our presenter here. Holly, I'll go ahead and allocate you 2 minutes. Give me a second to get my timer set up here.
Here you go.
Honestly, you could use the catch box. You could sit down and give the speech if you wanted to.
Thanks, Maude.
But
Can everybody hear me online? Yeah?
yes,
Tell me when I
okay,
can
perfect.
start. When can I start?
You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, so one of the things I wanted to mention earlier, it was mentioned that the voting members of the EOF didn't spend enough time discussing this, and I did some mathematics, and I'm not a maths major, but the fee review committee spent 20 hours and 45 minutes on fee review for $20 million. That's $1 million per hour they were deliberating on. That's including listening to the hearings, right? For Equal Opportunity Fund, we spent 3.5 hours on $300,000. That's $100,000 per hour that we deliberated on. So I think it's really unfair saying that we didn't spend enough time. Secondly, as a voting member of EOF, I would like to point out that we didn't just blanket, not look at things, not care. I spent hours reviewing the information, hours over what I'm actually paid for. When we met, we decided that it wouldn't be fair to cut from services that, yes, may benefit, for example, AAAS, only AAAS students. We didn't want to cut by proportion. We just cut across the board 25% because it seemed the most fair. My next point is, if we cut this fee down to $3.50, it negatively impacts graduate students and international students on our campus. Most of you in here are neither of those. However, I am one of those, and I'm here to advocate for them. Graduate students, the Office of Graduate Studies last year got $125,000 to fund travel grants. If you cut this in half, that's going to get down to $50,000. All of that $125,000 was used, and so graduate students are not going to be able to go and travel and do their research because there's going to be less money available to them. I only have 6 voting graduate student members of Student Senate, and a lot of the times the reason why they don't come,
Motion to increase speaker time,
All right, I see a motion from Sophia. How many minutes?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. All right, do I see a second? I see a second from Stuart. Is there any opposition to increasing the speaker's time by 2 minutes? All right, seeing none, Holly, you may continue.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, out of all of the Equal Opportunity Fund fees, only one of them, the Office of Graduate Studies, is for graduate students. And only one of them directly can benefit international students, and that's the Office of Graduate Studies Travel Research Fund. International students can't get scholarships through TRIO. If they were in AAAS or Indigenous Studies, which I believe we don't have any international students in those fields right now, if they were, they could technically apply. But I would just like you to think about, when you cut this money, you're cutting money and scholarships that go to low-income students and also students from marginalized backgrounds and students that don't have a choice to apply for money in other places. And so what I would like to suggest, if people are amenable, is that $2.90 that we are under this year, adding it to the EOF and making it up by $2.90 to, oh, that's quick math, so $6.40 instead of the $7. I understand that some of you would like the fee to be reduced, but if we looked at that pie chart that Sadie lovingly did for us, 38%, I believe, of students, which was the biggest majority, just wanted the fee to stay flat. Think about the students that you are directly impacting. They may not hold the same identities as you, but they are very important on this campus too. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Holly. All right, there are 20 seconds left. Hamad, yeah, you have a question?
I had a negative speech.
Oh, yeah, we'll go through the question first, and then, yeah, we'll
Cynthia's
get to
on
your
my side. She
speech.
doesn't have a negative speech.
Oh.
Oh, she has the same speech as me.
Well, it's a negative speech on the fee
Oh, yeah.
proposal. Anywho, we'll get to Hamad's question, and then we're out of time after you answer that question.
Okay, I'm answering Hamad.
Or wait, Hamad, could you get like on the mic so people online can hear you? Yeah, by the way, you can throw this. It's fully soft, so you can throw this around the room.
That's
Yeah.
fine. If you're not comfortable throwing it, please do not try. So this fee is meant for any student that may want to apply for on this campus, according to our Constitution. Can you guarantee every single entity on campus that is using funds from this fund to give out scholarships or salaries or whatever they're giving out, is it a fair applicant pool for all students at KU to be eligible to apply for this?
No, I cannot guarantee that, nor would I guarantee that. However, what I would argue is that it gives students that don't have a chance to apply in certain areas, as I mentioned, low-income students, international students, students from minoritized backgrounds, it gives them more of a chance. If we understand privileges in this society, me as a white woman, I have way more privileges than others do. So if you look at socioeconomic context of students' backgrounds, this is given those people that don't have as much of a chance. And if you're against that, I mean, that's fine. But I think the argument for saying that we didn't deliberate for a long enough time, clearly I just kicked that one out of the park because that's just not true. And secondly, kind of like saying that we needed to put rules in. We were literally, and I mean, our social justice director and treasurer can tell us, we were literally told a few days before that we had to meet. And we met, but that was bad planning, might I add. Secondly, I sat there for the length of time, so did everybody else that was there, and we did deliberate. So I think it's a really big injustice to just say that, like, we didn't care, because I cared. And that's why I'm here standing telling all of you that just because you're a white man or a white woman and it doesn't affect you, doesn't mean it doesn't affect other students who we should be advocating for.
All right, and with that,
fine.
yeah, Holly. And you also had a motion on the floor to increase it to 640. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my motion. Well, I don't think the 10 cents didn't pass, right, for legal services?
Yeah, no, it didn't.
Yeah, so I think we should keep the fee flat and put it up to 640.
All right, so I see a motion from Holly to put this up to 640. Do I have a second for that amendment?
Second.
All right, I do see a second from Cynthia. That would be in order. Is there any opposition to increasing the fee to 640? See opposition, 3 pieces of opposition back here. Huh? Oh, well, if there's a motion on the floor, then we'll go to the motion before we go to speeches again. All right. And with a motion on the floor and qualified opposition, we will move into a vote on this matter on whether or not we will amend the EOF bill.
You can't amend it. You have to shoot it down. You can't amend it.
Huh?
Like option for negative speech, like option for positive speech.
Well, no, this would be a motion for a recommendation, I think.
Well, that was a speech.
Huh?
That was a speech.
Yeah, but then Holly made the motion.
So, but then there be an opportunity to respond to positive speech before the motion?
I mean, if Holly wants to withdraw her motion.
That just feels like a breach of like legislative. Like,
Yeah, there should
like
be
an
another.
abridgment of discourse.
I mean, I would say that your vote on this matter, on whether or not we do increase that, would reflect your position on that, and then we could move on towards speeches related.
Like, the people who vote on this, these are the other side of the wire, cut it now.
This makes zero sense.
I do recognize that, however, a motion has been moved and seconded.
Say to Mike.
So we will have to vote.
Is it Velcro? Is that Velcro?
It's styrofoam. Look at that.
Oh. That makes sense.
Yeah, say that again, Hamad.
The skybox can sit here.
Yeah, so as I was reading here in the Constitution, this will be sent back as like a recommendation to the Finance Council for amendment.
We vote to say.
You want to say no if you don't want this to pass. So if you do not want the increase and possibly have more speeches, which there were on the floor, vote no.
I'm just going to think amendment. All right, so this motion will be titled, "Do you approve the amendment?" Oh, that's, sorry, an incorrect spelling. Do you approve the amendment to the proposed Educational Opportunity Fund fee for fiscal year 23? All right, and so vote yes if you would like to approve this amendment and then continue on with discussion based upon that amendment. Vote no if you would like to continue having discussion on the current fee proposal for the Equal Opportunity Fund for fiscal year 23, and then abstain if you would like to stay out of this vote. Oh, well, that has been litigated. There's knowledge that there's positive speeches on the floor. However, Holly has not rescinded the motion, and so we do still have to move towards a vote. All right, and so I can get a speaker's order as this motion is going through. Hello, everyone. If I can get a speaker's order before this motion ends for voting here, who would like to make a positive speech in relation? All right, I see Hamad with a positive speech. Is there anyone else who would like to bring a positive speech to the floor if this motion fails? All right, solely Hamad? Okay. We are looking for one more vote to reach quorum, and then we will move on. All right, we have reached quorum, and so I will now be looking. Has anyone who is a voting member not voted yet? All right, seeing no opposition and no present changes, I will move to close the vote. All right, and with a vote of 11 in the affirmative, 17 in the negative, and 3 abstentions, this motion clearly fails. All right, and with that, we will move on to the positive speech that is on the floor for Hamad. Hamad, you'll have 2 minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, everybody, for voting that down, because the information I'm about to share is going to be the first time Student Senate has ever heard this in my time in Senate. And basically, EOF has been a hidden fund that...
Hey, everyone, can I have us listen to our presenter here instead of talking? Thank you.
So to understand what EOF fund is, you have to read the rules, and the fact that they met once a year and weren't able to connect the rules with the applicants and then see if the applicants met the criteria for the rules in the past few years, not just this year. So I'm not attacking the board that was present this year, but rather Student Senate and how this fund has operated in the past few years. Is really interesting because in the rules in the past few years, it said, hey, $750 max per student for one time during their time at KU. But if you look at the actual applicants and the money that was being dished out, for example, the School of Higher Ed has 20 students in their program, in their higher ed program, and each of those students gets about $2,000. And that's to basically offset the cost of their tuition that the university can't pay for. And in the rules, it does say that this should not be a replacement of existing university support for financial aid or student services. So basically saying, hey, this fund should not be offsetting services that the university should be providing. Another great example of this is the 1 or 2 scholarships that goes to the School of Journalism graduate program, because they're basically offsetting the tuition so that the students' tuition would be free and attract students to come to the university versus actually making educational opportunity a thing. They're instead using this fund as a way to attract students into their program, which should be done through university funds and not Student Senate allocated funds for the Educational Opportunity Fund. This speech is not targeting graduate studies.
All right, Hamad, would you like to continue to speak?
I don't need more time if you guys don't want to give me more time.
All right, Sadie with a motion. Or 2 minutes extension, and then I see a second from Julia. All right, anyone opposed to a 2-minute extension to Hamad's time? All right, seeing none, you can continue, Hamad.
So when I came into this position as treasurer this year, I recognized, hey, more than half of the applicants that apply for this fund that are departments don't follow the rules. And to make it easier on the Educational Opportunity Fund board, I removed almost every single rule, including the one that said $750 max, because they would have been really stuck in a problematic state. And asked the EOF Fund Board through this the fee committee to see, hey, can you guys make rules that would set a precedent for future years? And the EOF Fund Board failed to produce any rules because they want to be able to have the freedom to do whatever they want. But in reality, that is not a good sustainable model, because depending on the year, the EOF Fund Board can give every cent of that money to one program versus evenly distributing it across the board. And I personally don't think that this fund has been developed by Student Senate appropriately, and the fund has been misused just because on the Student Senate side, not the departments. I don't want to target the departments in this, because Student Senate should be the one that is saying, hey, you guys should be following the rules that are laid out by students, but no one was following those rules, Student Senate and the departments. So I'll leave it here for questions, but in reality, this fund, I personally don't think has been managed well.
All right, thank you for that, Hamad. All right, and with that, there is one question here on the teams. What about the rest of the students? And then Cynthia has a question, but we'll need to get a time extension for it.
Motion to time by 2 minutes.
Oh, Motion to extend time. I see a second from Wesley. Is there any opposition to extending speaker's time by 2 minutes for questions? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and extend it by 2 minutes. Hamad, would you like to answer Hypatia's question first, and then we'll go to Cynthia's?
Yeah, so what about the other students? So if Student Senate can't operate with rules that are defined, and I personally don't think Student Senate should be operating such fund. At the end of the day, no one's operations will be eliminated. This is a scholarship, and they should be able to find funds elsewhere. This is in addition to their normal state funds or funds around collected through fees for service. So I personally don't think Educational Opportunity Fund at the end of the day would disseminate any type of department's operations, but it may take out an actual program within a department, but it will not crush a department. So the department should be able to find funds through other means, but not through Student Senate if there's no rules present.
All right, Cynthia, you may ask your question now.
Hamad, my question for you is, do you not see how this position of yours is hurting students? In the sense that I understand that you feel that the department should do better in terms of providing support funding for the students, right? And not have to depend on Student Senate. But this is literally called Educational Opportunity Fund. I understand that. And then the other question for you also is, so let's assume that, okay, yes, they're not managing the funding correctly. So how does cutting it off by 50%, how does that resolve the challenge of management of the funding?
So first question was like the other students. Currently, no student is dependent on this fund because they shouldn't be getting it more than once, right? So the students that have gotten it, they shouldn't be getting it in the future, right? If they followed the rules. So dependence is not there for anyone at the end of the day. And if you're saying that there is dependence, then that is problematic because this fund should not be dependent for students. Second question was, can you repeat that again? Sorry.
How is slashing it by
We have
50%?
for that question. So 2 minute extension from Max. Do I see a second? See a second from Austin. All right. With that, is there anyone in opposition to extending time by 2 minutes for Hamad to answer that question? All right, seeing none, time is extended. Hamad, you can answer.
So how is this cutting the fund actually getting somewhere? So the EOF board was asked by the fee committee to make rules for them to create some standards around this fund, and they didn't do that. So they will take a hit in that and be forced to come back and now have another stipulation by saying, hey, if you don't create the rules, this fund will be zeroed out by next year. So that is the stipulation and enforcement mechanism that's now in play because EOF fund will not be talked about in Student Senate all year until now and one day in February by the EOF fund board. So I'm sorry this is coming in this way, in this manner, but this is the only time you're ever going to hear about this because it's not an active board.
All right, looks like we also have a question from Umberto.
So your proposition is right now it's cutting it in half, and then if the rules are not applied, cutting it to zero. Is there the same stipulation that if they do write the rules, then it can go back up to the original amount, or are we just planning to cut it?
So the fee committee would need to see the rules next year and dictate if they should get an increase back up. But no one, again, is dependent on this fund. It's more of future dependence if people apply for it and or receive the award.
I can put you back in the speaking order, but we do have another speech ahead of you. Any other questions for Hamad? Oh, Cynthia, could you mute your mic? Thank you. All right, if there are no other questions, we will move on to the next negative speech, which... Huh? Yes?
I have a motion to call the question on the bill as is.
Motion to call to question with speeches on the floor? All right, and then I see a second from Sadie. Is there any opposition to this? I see opposition from Holly. Is there any opposition?
I oppose.
Yep. Opposition from Cynthia. All right. Since there is opposition, we will go ahead and move to a vote on the matter. Reminder that it does require 2/3 to end debate on something. All right, a poll has now gone on to the chat. Do you approve ending debate on the proposed Educational Opportunity Fund fee for fiscal year 2023? If you would like to end debate with speeches on the floor, please vote yes. If you would like to not end debate with speeches on the floor, please vote no. If you would like to stay out of this discussion, please abstain. So once again, voting on whether or not we are going to end debate to then move into a vote. Oh, and Malik, I see your point of information. What happens after 10? Hamad did answer, extended to 12 a.m. For everyone in the chamber, we are able to stay in here until midnight, but that is going to kind of be our hard deadline for leaving this chamber for tonight. Hopefully we don't get there, but if we do, that is our hard stop. Hi, Cynthia. All right, so yeah, you said I didn't even know anyone could just jump in and motion to end debate. How is that possible or fair to this process? That is something that is present in Robert's Rules of Procedure. If a majority of people would like to end debate on a topic and move towards a vote, that's basically to make sure that, like, if there's already like a division of the chamber that would like to pass the legislation, that we don't need to go through the hours of conversation. But I do see your point as to like how that can stop people from speaking, but it is the rule of the chamber as it stands. All right, as of now, it looks like we have reached quorum. So I'm going to go ahead and double check the votes.
Where are we? We are on L. Get through S. Just. God, I'm sure that they're going to argue with the answers here. There's no way. Oh my God.
All right, is there any voting member who has not yet voted on this matter that can do so? All right, seeing no changes, we'll now move towards an end to this vote. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and tally these votes with abstentions.
Just a voiceover. Probably better, but. Yeah. It's hard when there's only like 30, you know.
All right, so we've come back from the vote here with 19 votes in the affirmative, 10 votes in the negative, and 3 votes abstaining. This motion, excuse me, everyone, can we have order in the chamber? Thank you. All right, so with 19 votes in the affirmative, 10 votes in the negative, and 3 abstaining, this motion clearly fails. It actually went through by, the yes had 0.655%, so just short of the 2/3 you would have required. And with that, we will go ahead and move on to the next negative speech on the floor, which is Cynthia's. Cynthia, you will have 2 minutes for your speech. Cynthia, are you still there?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to move to a less noisy place because someone's snoring near me.
Sounds good. Just let me know when you're ready to begin and I'll start the time.
I'm ready to start.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so I just wanted us to take some time to think through these issues. I understand what Hamad was saying, but I do not agree that slashing it into 50% is automatically a solution to the problem. We do know that these funds serve students, and as Holly was talking about, I don't know that many people understand what the dynamics was really that. Yes, students should not be dependent on the EOF. It's supposed to be $750 for during the lifetime of the students stay at KU. However, let's assume students are coming into the system, flowing in and flowing out. It's always going to be serving new students, whether international, whether domestic students, whether graduate students. But the thing is that these international students or graduate students do not have other opportunities to get funded. I know Hamad talked about how the department is supposed to be funding them and doing all these things, but the truth is the department just isn't doing enough, and we can't keep allowing students who are paying into the student fee to suffer because of what their department isn't doing. Instead, what we can try to do to be equitable is to keep giving them the opportunity to get something out of the student senate. And yes, it could be better managed to avoid people getting it repeatedly, but slashing it into 50% isn't what the solution should be. So what I'll propose is if we can have a motion to take this back to the fee review committee to amend it or do something, but just not slashing it, but 50%. Thank you.
All right, I see a motion from Ahmad.
Motion to fail this bill with the recommendation that Finance Committee increase it, and Finance Committee can discuss it.
All right. Okay, hold on. All right, so that motion has been properly moved and seconded. Holly, what was your point? All right, point of information. Yeah, Cynthia, were you done speaking? I'm so sorry.
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
All right, perfect.
With myself.
All right, Holly. Or can we get the catch box over?
Please, I'm sorry, I can't catch, and I don't want to happen.
Camden smiled. It was just so sad.
Okay, sorry. I don't want to keep saying this till my ears bleed, but we have such little representation in Student Senate this year, right? we have 29, 30 people voting for like 20,000 people. And of that, we have here 4 graduate students, right? And I can't vote, so really 3. My point of information is this is such an inequitable process. And you have to think about who you are voting for. It's not just you and your self-interest. And I see a lot of self-interest in this room. And you are supposed to be advocates for the people that you are here, whether that's engineering, you know, me as a graduate student. I'm here shouting, being annoying, wasting your time. Probably that's how you feel, because I'm trying to make this campus equitable for graduate students, and you all are constantly knocking me down. And my fellow graduate student representatives, who every single graduate student here isn't divided. We all have the same opinion on this fund, but because we're only 4 people and 3 can vote, you all can knock us down time and time again, even though 27% of the funds of the $20 million we pay. And I pay mine out of my pocket. Mommy and Daddy don't pay for me. I pay it myself.
All right, Holly, this is kind of getting into speech territory.
Sorry. Yeah, my bad. Sorry.
Like,
I know. I went overboard. My
yeah.
bad.
Well, don't put it here, please.
Oh, okay.
We don't want the spy box either. All right. With that, okay, so there was a motion on the floor, properly moved by Ahmad and then seconded by Sadie, I believe. Yeah. All right. And so the motion is to fail the legislation and send it back. Well, the thing is, like, with what recommendation? To increase by how much?
I said $2.90. What was your argument?
All right.
Oh, so we can make it.
I got a quick question. Is this about a particular majority or is this
Let me double check here for recommendations, because the thing is, if it fails anyway, then kind of gets sent back to finance anyway. So let me double check the Constitution. Yeah, I can.
I have a POI.
Sorry, who's that?
Malik.
Okay,
Is it
perfect.
possible to move on to the next legislation while we figure out the logistics of this one? And hopes of saving
I'm
time?
putting a poll on whether or not people approve sending this back to Finance Council.
Okay.
So this fee is being voted upon now. All right, so as it stands, this poll will say, do you approve sending the proposed Equal Opportunity Fund fee back to Finance Council with the request to increase the fee by $2.90? If you would like to send this fee back, please vote yes. If you would like to continue debating the fee here, please vote no. If you would like to abstain from this vote, please do so. Also vote no, I would say, if you do not agree to sending this back to the Finance Council as a recommendation. All right, we're looking for 2 more votes. Oh, we've met quorum. Let me verify the votes, and then we should be able to move on. All right, we're now at quorum, but I am still seeing votes roll in, so I'm going to give this matter another 30 seconds, and then I'll go ahead and close the poll. All right, any voting members who have not yet voted? Seeing no opposition, we will go ahead and close the poll. All right, and with a vote of 20 in the affirmative, 10 in the negative, and 3 abstentions, this motion clearly passes.
So that means it fails back to finance, right?
Yes, so this legislation is going to return to the Finance Council. A reminder that this is the last Finance Council meeting that legislation can be returned to. Following that, the Cycle 12 Students Assembly meeting, you will be able to amend this legislation however you like. All right, moving on to the next item on our agenda, we have the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Fund Bill. Do I see any speeches? Hamad? Motion to call to question. Do I see a second? I see a second from Sadie. All right. And with that, is there any opposition to calling the DEI Fund Bill into question? That is the current proposal that is going to be allocated to the fund. All right. Seeing no opposition, we will go ahead and move towards a vote on the matter. Oh. What to say? All right, the poll is now being posted. Do you approve the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Fund fee for fiscal year 2023? If you would like to approve this fee, please vote yes. If you would not like to approve this fee, please vote no. If you would like to abstain, please do so. This vote requires a 2/3 majority to pass.
Where? That was very cool.
I don't like doing stuff like that.
Hi folks, we're missing 6 votes. Make sure you are voting online and in person.
Gotta give you that parliamentary support.
Also, thank you all for staying with us for so long. We only have 6 more fees coming through, so it's appreciated.
And then the legislation. Don't
And
forget the other
legislation,
legislation.
One step at a time.
One step at a Shalina, Eric, Olivia. All right. Oh, we had a shift here. All right, I'll let this poll run for about 15 more seconds. If you've not yet voted on it, please do so. All right, seeing no changes, I will, oh, there was a change. So I'll let it run for 10 more seconds. It's not really going to change the nature of the vote, really. All right, last call for votes. All right, I will be closing the poll. And with a vote of 32 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this motion passes unanimously. All right, then the next piece of legislation we are voting upon is the student organization fee. All right, I see a motion to call to question from Max, and then I see a second from Sadie. All right. And with that, do we have any opposition in the chamber to calling to question on the student org fee? As presented right here for fiscal year 2023, it will be $1,660. All right, hearing no opposition, we will move towards a vote on the matter. Not that many votes. All right, that vote has now been posted. Do you approve the student organization fee for fiscal year 2023? If you would like to vote to approve this fee, please vote yes. If you would like to not approve this fee, please vote no. If you would like to abstain, please do so. All right, everyone, we're looking for 3 more votes to meet quorum. If you have not yet voted, please do so. All right, we have met quorum. Is there anyone who has not yet voted on this legislation to approve the student organization fee? All right, seeing no opposition and no changes, I will go ahead and move to close the vote. All right, and with a vote of 30 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this motion clearly passes. All right, the next item on our agenda is the student unions fee. Humberto, could you put it up? Do I see any positive or negative speeches on the floor and/or motions? Motion from Wesley? Motion to call to question from Wesley. Do I see a second? Seconds anywhere. Okay, I see a second from Austin. Perfect. All right, it's been properly moved and seconded to vote on the student unions fee. Is there any opposition to such a vote? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead to move towards a vote on the legislation. If you haven't seen up on screen here, the union's fee will be $63.40 for the building and then $18.70 for the Burge union fee. All right, so the poll has now been posted in the chat. Do you approve the student union's fee for fiscal year 2023? If you'd like to approve this fee, please vote yes. If you do not approve this fee, please vote no. And if you'd like to abstain, you can abstain. All right, everyone, as it stands, we have 5 votes that are still outstanding to reach quorum. So if you've not yet voted and are a voting member, please do that now. All right, 26 responses. We still need 4 more votes to reach quorum. I will leave that until 10:30. If we do not reach quorum, we will continue to call the roster. And if we call through the roster and still don't reach quorum, then we will move to adjourn.
Wow.
All right, folks, after this fee goes by, we have 4 more, and we can get through these 4 very quickly and smoothly if you are just like paying attention to the polls. So if you're online or here and haven't voted, please do so. Thank you. We have reached quorum now. Please just pay attention in the next one so we can go through the next 4 smoothly. Like that, we don't have to wait for folks to vote.
We have quorum. All right. All votes have been sent in. Oh, hold on. I have to announce the vote and then I can accept a motion. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and close the poll for the student unions fee. Is there anyone else who is a voting member that has not voted? Seeing no opposition, I'll go ahead to close the vote. And with 30 votes in the affirmative, 0 votes in the negative, and 0 abstentions, this motion clearly passes. All right, Hamad, what was your motion?
Motion to remove the required campus fees from the agenda and allow us to move on to the rest of the agenda because it doesn't make sense to vote on any of this because it's going to come back next cycle.
Wait, what?
Because Finance Committee is going to have to see the whole fee bill again, so.
What do you mean see the whole fee bill again?
They're going to see it regardless of what happens for the rest of the votes because of EOF.
Well, as of right now, they're only seeing the EOF bill.
Unless they generate a whole new bill. If that.
Yeah, but then that doesn't negate any of the other bills that have been passed and are going to be able to be signed by the student body president this evening.
I'd still keep that motion because this is a waste of time and Sadie will probably second me on this.
Well, if we can motion to amend the agenda and put them at the bottom if you'd like.
No, we should just stop talking about the fees bills because we don't need to vote on them for the rest of the evening because it's going to come back next cycle.
Wait, but why wouldn't we vote on all the ones that
We're wasting people's time by voting on them because we're gonna have to vote on them again next
Well,
cycle.
no, we're not. They have been approved by the Senate, and the one that didn't get approved.
Who's stopping Finance Committee from making a whole new fee bill next cycle?
Because the Students' Assembly.
The legislation.
Like the Students' Assembly. has
Like, Finance Committee can make its own RCF again.
Again?
Yes. Because they're gonna have to review it as.
So you want multiple proposals going to the chancellor?
It would be one proposal at the end of the day.
Yeah, but the proposals that are accepted tonight are going to be approved by the president and then sent to the
Constitution.
Huh?
It would be first put in the Constitution, right?
Huh?
It would be put into the Constitution.
Yes.
Right? So what Finance Committee would be doing is amending or changing the actual Constitution again.
Okay.
And one would still go to the Chancellor. Because we're wasting time by voting on these at this point.
But I don't see how it's
Are you saying that everything that's being voted on will still need to be voted on next time, like everything?
No, that is not right.
If Finance Committee makes the whole entire fee package again, which is probably what's going to happen. So it's because they're going to review it all as one. Okay, it's been seconded and motioned and seconded
Yeah.
already.
All right, so the motion has been moved and seconded. Who was the second, Hamad?
Sadie.
Sadie was the second. All right, so our treasurer Hamad has moved here to just remove the student health fee, student rec fee, the transportation services fee, and the UDK fee from this agenda and have it considered. Oh, I see a negative over here. I need it from a voting member. Is there any voting member in opposition?
Okay, I'll rescind my motion.
Yeah.
So there's a negative fee by 20 cents, and I defer to Abdullah.
We are not on the UDK fee.
But I'm letting you know that's what
Okay.
I want to do.
All right.
So.
Okay.
So I rescind it. Rescind it.
All right, it's rescinded. Okay. So are we moving to the student health fee or someone motioning to lift the UDK fee up?
I motion to lift it up.
Okay, so Wesley has motioned to move the UDK fee to the top of the agenda. Do I see a second? All right, I see a second from Sarah. Is there any opposition towards moving the UDK fee to the top of the agenda? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and have that bill discussed now. All right, do I see any negative or positive speeches? I see a speech from Wesley.
Negative to change the fee to increase it by 20 cents to pay student reporters. I defer to.
Oh, are you making a speech or a motion?
That's what the speech
Oh.
is about.
Oh, but I'm saying Abdullah has speaking rights as a student in this chamber now, so you don't need to defer to him.
Oh, okay. Then
Yeah.
that already went into effect.
Yeah, the president signed it a few hours ago. All right, so Abdullah has a speech to bring before the Senate. That is a negative speech that is on the floor. Do we have any positive speeches on the floor for the UDK fee thus far? All right, seeing none. Cynthia, are you saying we can't hear them? Or no, they haven't started.
We couldn't hear the people who were talking before on the floor.
Oh yeah, people were okay, so to do a quick recap for people who are online, the motion to remove the rest of the fee bills from discussion was rescinded. And so we are now back to the agenda. And Wesley has motioned, and it was properly seconded, to move the UDK fee to be the next fee we discussed. So the UDK fee will now move ahead of the student health fee, student rec fee, and transportation services fee. Is that clear to folks online?
Yes, thank you.
All right, perfect. All right, Abdullah, you will now have 2 minutes for your speech. The floor is yours. If I could just make sure that we're quiet in the chamber here. All right, thank you. Abdullah, you may go.
Hello, everybody. My name is Abdullah Al-Ohad. I'm an international student from Iraq. This is my first year at KU. I'm now 7 months into the United States. I think some of you know me because I reported on the Student Senate the past semester. This is to inform you that I no longer do, unfortunately. The University of Daily Kansan has suspended my status as a reporter. First of all, for the EDK fee, I would like to ask you to get back the 20 cents to the EDK fee with the condition that this money goes to student reporters. Student reporters don't get paid and they deserve at least a little bit of compensation. I would like to ask the Student Senate to provide a mechanism to protect the rights of student reporters too in the future. However, this should not be prioritized tonight. I think the most important issue at hand is the fee. In case some of you don't know, I'm the reporter discussed in the Resolution 307, titled A Resolution to Formally Condemn the Actions of the University of Kansan and its faculty manager, Rob Carwath, and the failure to support students and journalism at the University of Kansas. First of all, I would like you to know that all of what happened to me was because I reported on a story to raise the voices of students living in Miller Scholarship Hall and Watkins Scholarship Hall. KU Housing changed the contract terms for students living in these halls after they signed their contracts, and I was the journalist to expose that. The story created a great impact on the KU campus, and as a result, KU Housing revoked his decision within hours of the publication. I will not be talking about the events that are discussed in the resolution because the resolution already lists these events truthfully and concisely. But last week, the UDK published an article claiming that the organization is getting defunded.
Do I see a motion to extend time, Wesley?
By 4 minutes.
By 4 minutes. Do I see a second? All right, see a second from Austin. Perfect. All right, and now that the motion has been properly moved and seconded, is there any opposition to extending speakers' time by 4 minutes? All right, seeing none, your time is extended, Abdullah.
Last week, the UDK published an article claiming that the organization is getting defunded, associating my picture with its article. Contrary to what's claimed in the article, the UDK fee was approved by the Student Senate Finance Council, as you all know. The UDK got its fee approved by the Student Senate Finance Council, but for me, I lost everything. I lost my job, I lost my name, I lost my reputation, and some of the opportunities that I have been applying for, all because I decided to bring up what happened to me to the eye of the public. Today marks almost 4 weeks since my life has been turned to hell, and unfortunately there is no foreseeable end to that. I want to give you an insight on the way that I've been treated so far. Since last night, I've received a barrage of phone calls and text messages from 3 student reporters at the Kansan. One of the reporters even took it one step further, and that reporter waited for me to finish class and walked to me right after that. Do you know what they have all been trying, why they have all been trying to reach me? Since I received the report, my editors have been completely silent about what I have been experiencing. No news release, no news article, no disclosure of any information. But after I testified in favor of the resolution 307, they started going to great lengths to publish this story. My editors of the UDK shared my student conduct report with their reporters without my consent, and now these reporters want to publish it. I feel disappointed and betrayed. This is unethical. You don't sell your reporters' personal information to publish a story. I shared that information with trust and confidence that you would not be doing anything to hurt me while I was already being hurt. This is not good journalism, and this is not the UDK. This is not what the UDK has been for the past 118 years. Not to mention that what McCone and Sandberg, Caroline McCone and Paul Sandberg, what they did is a potential violation of FERPA rights. Yes, as you heard, this organization whose members claim that they can't defend themselves because of FERPA, they're about to publish a student conduct report for the whole world to see. After Resolution 307 passed through the Rights and Affairs Council, Mr. Carwath, brought his own lawyers, as some of you here might know. As a reminder of you, this is the same person who prevented me from having a lawyer. When I started this process, I had a lawyer who offered to help me, and Mr. Robert Carwath contacted that lawyer and asked him not to get involved, leaving me with no legal counsel. So sad, right? I want to ask you a question. Do you know who's now defending me? No one. The person who I thought was helping me misinformed me, yelled at me, and pressured me into an agreement. Because Wesley Kidney, the Student Rights and Affairs Council chair, wrote that resolution to support me and protect the rights of student journalists, he's now on the verge of a lawsuit. 2 student journalists with no protection at all. It's not just me. It's not just me and Wesley. What's been happening to me has taken a toll on other student journalists too. 2 students at the School of Journalism said to me this week that they don't want to write stories because they don't feel protected. They explained that what happened to me had caused them to be too scared to write anything.
Motion from Hamad for, 5 minutes. All right, do I see a second? Second from Wesley. Do we have any opposition to extending speakers' time by 5 minutes? Seeing none, the speaker's time is extended. You may continue, Abdullah.
2 students at the School of Journalism said to me this week that they don't want to write stories because they don't feel protected. They explained that what happened to me had caused them to be too scared to write anything. In both instances, I encouraged them to write these stories. I asked them who else would write it. Who else would write those stories? I tried to encourage them, but it's really too hard to convince anybody to do the same work at a time when nobody protected me. Again, I want to remind you that what I have faced will dissuade student journalists from doing this work. This campus will not have the journalism that America was built with. The great, in-depth journalism that addresses real issues and raises the students' voices. Just to let you know, I have talked to administrators at the School of Journalism, and they indicated that they are unable to interfere with the UDK in any way possible. I received the same response from KU Student Conduct and Community Standards. No one has jurisdiction over the UDK. Student senators, I urge you not to shy away. The Student Senate is not just a bank where student organizations come to claim their share of student dollars. I'm not saying that you should defund any organization on this campus. However, if any student organization is violating student rights, the Student Senate should address that. Otherwise, don't be disappointed if you don't see students of color on this campus anymore. As the body representing KU students on this campus, I ask the Student Senate to protect student rights, specifically student journalists' rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. If you could remain up there for questions as well. And to answer Cynthia's question in the chat, we are currently having a negative speech. And so with that, we have 2 minutes and 48 seconds for questions. I see a question from Sarah. You may go ahead.
First of all, I'm so sorry to hear about your experience, and I truly sympathize with you. My question is, just for more transparency here, just to add some more clarity, I was wondering what the editing process was like and who saw your work, and if there was anyone else who had to take responsibility for that, or if it was just on alone.
Are you talking about the articles that I wrote?
Yes, the ones that you got in trouble for.
Yes. So no article of the UDK gets published without going through at least 2 people, as far as I know, who are the news editor and a copy editor. So these people are supposed to not just edit the articles, they're supposed, like the news editor is supposed to direct the whole process of writing the article. The article that I wrote, which I got in trouble for, was also coordinated with Rob Carwath, the general manager of the UDK himself. He helped me write the article and address any possible legal consequences that could arise from the article just because of the nature of the article. I also consulted with a few professors at the School of Journalism about parts of the article just to make sure that the article is written well. That's something that I do with honestly like all of my work. I never run anything unless I, pass it by at least a few professors just to make sure that I'm doing the right thing.
All right, with that, we have another minute and 16 seconds. Oh, a question from Umberto.
So when you are asking the Senate to protect students, could you specify how this could look like? I just want to, did you want the fee to, the 20 cents to come back, right? Is that right, or?
That's a suggestion, that the fee comes back, but with the condition that the money goes to student reporters. So they are paid and they are compensated at least by a little bit because they work hard and they endure all this responsibility. We're on the front line. And then, there's not, there's not so much protection as you can see. And for the protection for student reporters, I think that the Student Senate should be a venue to address student right violations, especially in this context where we as reporters are protected by the First Amendment of the United States. We have rights, and these rights are sacred. They are a part of, the culture of the United States.
So I guess in terms of this specific fee.
We're out of time. And then I think Ahmad had a question as well. Do I see a motion to extend speaker's time? Wesley, 4 minutes. Do I see a second? Right, I see a second over here. Perfect. All right, and do we have any opposition to such a motion? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move towards a 4-minute extension.
Abdullah, thank you very much for being here today. Regarding your ask for Student Senate to be the space for possible protections of student reporters and the rights side, what would happen? What would be the result of a possible, what if the UDK themselves said, hey, we don't want the Student Senate fee? So what would Student Senate then leverage over the University Daily Kansan to protect reporters' rights in this scenario that the fee is not present? So it just goes away one way or another. What would be the protections that could be awarded?
It's really difficult to find a perfect world. This is not something that I have thought of on the long run, but this at least provides us with some protection until we can actually figure it out. Because in a few years, we don't know if the UDK is going to have a general manager. We don't know if there's going to be a faculty member managing the UDK. This wasn't a thing in the past, as far as I have heard. It might be completely student-run. So I think these future issues should be addressed, as time comes. But this is something for now.
Thank you.
All right, Umberto, you can ask your second question.
May I ask a question?
Oh, yes, Cynthia.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, my question is probably not for you, the speaker, but maybe for just the general chamber is, wouldn't this be a situation where we could potentially, cut off the money by 50% and then kind of have the UDK propose how they would use the full money, if given, for the next funding year to protect student reporter rights? Kind of like what Hamad was trying to do with EOF, but could we do this for UDK? Is that something that's possible?
Can I answer that?
Maybe that's for you, Hamad. What do you think?
Sadie or Ahmad, are you looking to answer that, or? Okay, can we get the catch box to Sadie, wherever? Oh, she has a mic, perfect.
So with that, if you were to decrease this fee, then I would caution against it because the EOF fee was just sent back pending the fate of something similar. So like doing this, I think would weaken that argument first, just from an anecdotal standpoint. Secondly, if we were to decrease this, then the UDK, like in the way that its revenue streams are set up and things, like it would materially impact students like at a like wide level, and nothing that we would say at that point would probably get accomplished. Like students aren't getting paid right now under the current conditions of the fee. If we were to cut it by half, then they definitely wouldn't be getting paid.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I was just considering what we could do to help them be more accountable with supporting student reporters. So we'll just go forward with the next, with the motion, current motion.
Yeah, no, you're good. It's kind of complex.
All right, I see a question from Holly, and then we'll go to Umberto. Or do you want your follow-up anymore? Okay.
Okay, my question is in no way in support of the UDK and your treatment, but my question would be, I've heard the rationalization from a graduate student that's on the UDK advisory board that the reason why students aren't paid and the stipends instead is to stop a conflict of interest, because students did used to get paid hourly to work for the UDK, and I guess historically it wasn't working. So with your suggestion of increasing by 20 cents, that's about $10,000, a bit less than $10,000. How would you suggest that be distributed? Would you suggest, like, for example, more stipends in the way they do it, like $1,000, like, what do you suggest, I guess, is my question. Oh, okay.
So if Student Senate was to award the 20 cents, it would be up to the fee itself to figure out how to award it. And their current structure is anywhere between $200 and $1,000 in stipend money. But that wouldn't be something that Student Senate would stipulate of how much. But just looking at how many students are currently involved, it would be under $100 per student.
At this time, a follow-up question.
We're currently out of time, and then I see Cynthia has a motion on the floor. Cynthia, what was your motion?
No, my motion was to, not decrease it.
I just want to add something. Okay. The UDK says that there are 130 people working there, but these are not all the staff members. Like, there are people contributing there, and I was there as a news correspondent. I wasn't considered a staff member. I was just like a contributor. The staff members are listed on the website. I am a staff member. I applied for the job, and I got the job, but unfortunately, I'm not listed. But basically, staff members are just a few people. It's not, I don't think that the UDK would be paying more than 100 people. That's just not possible. We're not the New York Times. Like, if you go and look at the bylines, there's just a few people writing.
All right.
I know that so there are other people that do other things, but they are not all staff members. Just something to remember.
Thanks for that point of information, Abdullah. Do I have a second to Cynthia's motion to keep the fee flat? Huh? Yeah, but I'm saying like to recommend the fee stay flat.
Oh, at $2.
Yeah.
I have a different motion if that expires.
Okay.
Well, I guess.
Oh, you can't second technically.
I can't.
If Cynthia and you flipped.
Well, I have a different motion. I like that. You and Cynthia.
I would like to do Wesley's motion.
Okay. Cynthia, it currently seems we can't find a second for your motion, so we're going to go ahead and move on to Wesley's.
Okay.
My motion is to fail the bill back to finance with the recommendation that they find a way to compensate student reporters and investigate rights issues.
Okay. But nothing related to the fee itself?
The recommendation, so figuring out how to compensate student reporters, I'd let finance decide how, like, they want to figure out how to do that with the fee, hopefully with an increase.
Okay.
So So but that'll be up for finance.
All right, can you write that stipulation in the chat so people know what we're voting on? Yeah, thank you.
Let's flip that, and he can second it.
All right, he can second it. Perfect. All right, so Hamad has now made that motion and then Wesley has seconded it. All right. And so as soon as Wesley types that out, we can go ahead and move towards a vote on that motion. A logistical thing, yeah. To add a cycle? So you can't like officially add a cycle onto the calendar. Any cycle following would be considered like a special session to be called. Yeah, so you can have more students' assembly meetings, but council meetings are done for the year once cycle 12 is finished. Because it's like dictated in there for like the finance bill. For like the fee review bill, it's stated that it's going to be like the students' assembly's job after the cycles have expired for the year. Why can't we add a cycle? Through StudX? I mean, I guess you could consider amending the legislative calendar, but I'd have to investigate more before I say entirely yes to that.
Literally, line or two minutes for the line block fees in finance, which sounds cool
Okay.
and like really contrary to any kind of like work-life balance. Like, what can you do? Do you think it's like logistically might work? So we could be able to do that.
Like I said, I'd have to investigate it constitutionally.
I agree with Sadie. This sucks.
All right. So Wesley has put in a motion to fail the bill back to finance with the stipulation that finance investigate how to compensate student reporters and investigate rights issues. All right, so that motion has been on the table and, that only happens if you vote no. Yeah, because as of right now, this motion would be to officially send it back to finance and be done dealing with it for this cycle here. I mean, are there positive speeches on the floor that are to be made?
I would like to make it.
All right, so knowing there's a positive speech on the floor, would you rescind the motion or no? Okay. All right, so there is a positive speech on the floor from Sarah. So Abdullah, thank you for your time. You may come from the podium. And then Sarah, you can come up there or you can stay there, depending on what your comfort level is.
Stay here. And I don't want to waste anyone's time. I'm sorry about this.
All right, you have 2 minutes.
I used to work for the Kansan from 2018 to 2020. And the first rule that we learned at the Kansan was always do BDJ, big journalism. I think you guys can surmise the rest. Since 2018, they've been publishing stuff that's super important for students, super important stuff that you need to know. It was completely different back then. When I worked there, I got paid hourly. Due to budget issues and complex administrative issues with the administration, they completely restructured, and so things are a little different now. I don't think the Senate has tried to get involved with UDK and messing with their funding. 2014, it happened again in 2019. I think the more we do this, the more it brings up issues that are spoken about in Wesley's resolution, like don't bite the hand that feeds you. I think we should try to like distance ourselves from the UDK in that way. This is definitely an issue, what you spoke about tonight. I just don't think that this is going to be the best way to address this right now, and it's going to negatively impact the paper, its legacy, students currently working for it, and freedom of speech overall. I'd also like to say I do believe there is a conflict of interest here. I fear that if this goes back to committee, points in this resolution will be brought up. And I know people involved with this resolution were terminated from the Kansan on pretty bad terms. And so I think there is definitely some emotionally charged language and some bias definitely going to be located in future discussions on this. So this might not be the best time or place to solve an issue like this. That's all.
Thank you, Sarah. Hamad, did you have a question?
Yeah, Sarah, what would you recommend as a good place to have this conversation around reporter rights then?
I don't know the right place, but I don't think it's at 11 p.m. in Student Senate when only a few people are here tonight.
All right, and with that, we are out of time unless anyone wants to extend time for questions.
Motion to extend time by one question.
All right, motion to extend time by one question. I see a second from Wesley. Is there any opposition to extending time by one question?
Is that my question? I have a question. Can we extend
Did
that?
you also have 2 questions? All right, Wesley. All right, any objection to 2 questions? All right, Naya can go ahead and then we'll go to Cynthia.
So I guess my question is just, like, how would you propose, again, like, addressing this issue, especially for reporters coming from minority backgrounds who, like, we've also equally seen speak up and say that the UDK has been an inequitable place for them, and also, like, seeing the way that there has been reporting in the past on mismanaging reporting around DEI on campus. Like, where do you think those conversations need to take place? Because if they're not adequately being addressed in the UDK, then where should they be addressed?
Thank you. That's a very loaded question. I'm not going to pretend to know all the right answers to that. I do think more conversations need to be had on this with multiple different parties who know more information on this. I don't know a lot of information even though I worked there for a few years. I think this doesn't belong in this room right now, and it doesn't belong with the parties currently involved discussing it, as I do believe there are many conflicts of interest here and extreme bias in a lot of the stuff that is mentioned in this resolution. I know that's not what we're discussing tonight, but I know it's going to come up very soon in terms of historical patterns, because the Kansan of 2018 is very different than the Kansan now. But a lot of things are still the same. And the general manager was there back in 2018. And so there isn't, I don't think there's like conspiracy or some huge toxic history. But yeah, there definitely needs to be more conversations, but I don't think just slashing a budget is going to solve anything.
And just as a point of information, the Ombuds office here on campus is great at like facilitating these type of conversations. So,
Can I ask my question?
like,
Cynthia, yes, you may ask now.
My question for the speaker that gave the positive speech is, do you think it's equitable for the Daily Kansan to collect student money from the Student Senate while wanting not to be accountable to the same Student Senate and to the same students that they're getting the money from? How do you see that dynamic?
So at least in my time, I've gotten to see some great stories written at UDK concerning the administration, concerning the budget crisis back in September of 2018. Like, that stuff was a huge story. It upset a lot of people. They've been fighting for students and being the student voice since 1904. They're still doing it now. That's a great question again, but again, there needs to be a conversation outside of this room. I think that's just the bottom line there. And there's, we need to get help for you, and that stuff needs to be figured out, but this is not the answer to that. Slashing a budget's not the answer to that. And it's not going to be decided tonight. It's not going to be decided in an hour. It's going to be a systemic thing. I can tell you that they are representing students, at least, and that's everyone's opinion, of course, but it is student run. In the past, when some people don't get things published, it's been decided by students. Even if certain people think that it's decided by other people, it has been decided by students, because students get to decide what is represented in that paper and what the legacy of that paper is. There's only so much real estate. But yeah, that's all.
All right, thank you for that, Sarah. All right, now moving on. Wesley, with a motion?
Unless there's a motion to...
There is a chat by Hypatia on this issue.
This issue was brought to the I think it's a point of information. This issue was brought to the Conduct Committee and both parties testified and we, the senators, passed a resolution. Oh, you must mean like the Rights and Affairs Council?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Point of information from Holly?
It was just mentioned by the previous speaker that we should, sorry, I forgot. It was just mentioned by the previous speaker that we shouldn't cut funding, but Abdullah just stood in front of us and was asking to, and I'm sorry that I pointed out somebody's name, I shouldn't have done that, was just asking for an increase in funding. So I don't really understand why we're talking about cutting funding when somebody just stood in front of us for like a long time asking for the funding to be increased to help the students. Like, I don't understand why that was mentioned. So that was just my point of information, because that's not what was trying to be achieved right here, right now.
Right.
Motion to extend speaker's time by one question or more.
Oh, well, speaker's time has been expired, but I mean, yeah, sure. I guess, do we have a second for that motion?
What's the motion?
To extend speaker's time by one question?
Oh, what about 2 minutes?
That works too. Do you want to do 2 minutes? All right, Cynthia, will you second 2 minutes? Yep.
Yes, second.
All right, perfect. Any objection to a 2-minute time extension for Abdullah to ask a question to Sarah? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead. Abdullah, you may go.
I don't think that there is anybody who can speak about issues in the UDK unless they're actually in the UDK. So it's not preventable that there will be a conflict of interests. And if that impacts my credibility, then I want to ask you a question. Don't you have a conflict of interests since that you worked there and you were a part of the organization? And I also want to ask, why is my statement considered biased while I'm asking for more funding and not to cut funding? Isn't that a positive thing to ask for?
So I'm so sorry. I think I misconstrued what I said. I deeply apologize for that, truly. This is a conflict of interest for me because I do have a little bit of, I have my background there. Because of my background there, I know that for years and years, Senate and certain senators in the past have threatened UDK, have threatened their funding. They've changed how they work, their infrastructure to work around Senate. Just because Senate isn't cutting funding today, it's still wielding control. It's all this game of power that we've been playing for years here, and they've struggled with that for years, and they're trying to get off that. And that's why they're going 20 cents less. I was not speaking about you. I'm so sorry. I'm just trying not to call out people by name. That's the reason I didn't say anything. I was speaking about the writer of this bill, of the resolution. That was it. I did not mean to say anything about you or if you're a conflict of interest. I did not mean that. And did you have any other questions? I'm sorry, I'm trying to cover everything.
And we are at time anyway. Okay, I see a motion from Ahmad.
Motion to call question.
Motion to call to question without stipulations? To approve the bill? Yeah? Okay, cool. All right, do I see a second?
Wasn't there a motion before by Abdullah to keep it?
Well, there was a motion from Hamad and Wesley, but they rescinded for questions to be asked.
Okay.
All right, so do I see a second to Hamad's motion to move to previous question? Oh, you rescind it? All right, I see a motion from Wesley.
I re-raise my motion to fail with the stipulation that finance investigate how to compensate student reporters and just investigate the rights issues.
All right, do I see a second?
What was the motion? I didn't hear it.
So the motion is in the chat here above your question at 11 p.m. Motion to fail the bill back to finance with the stipulation that finance investigate how to compensate student reporters and investigate rights issues.
Okay, I don't know that they can do it, but I second it.
All right, so it's been properly moved and seconded, even with a little light pessimism, but that's okay. Do we have any opposition to such a motion? All right, go ahead and move to a vote on sending it back to finance.
Oh yeah, that's pretty neat, by the way.
Huh? Oh.
No. I got. Just one tonight. You know how annoying it was. You seem to be inured to the problem, so with no attraction. Well, clearly, it's not there. I'm kind of pleased to see you drinking. Tonight would be the year. So, hey, I was kind of out of the status on it.
All right, so the vote here is, do you approve sending the proposed University Daily Kansan fee back to Finance Council with Wesley's stipulations? Vote yes if you would like to do so. Vote no if you would like to continue discussing it here. Abstain if you would like to stay out of the discussion. You may also vote no if you disapprove of the proposed stipulations. All right, and I'll let that run for about 2 minutes.
If you vote to increase the transit fee, I can't promise you. But I'm not above the right. Please take that as no, actually, we have like a few hundred,
All right, we're currently sitting at 26 votes. We currently need 4 more votes to pass this motion.
Like, I have all my classes. It's an increase for our only play They give us some of the power because for yeah, I'm at that. It was in a you put all of our names in. Yeah. We all
We are still missing 3 more votes for this bill to be approved or not. So please make sure you vote. We're almost done. Any change? Two more votes, folks. 2 more votes. I do know. Oh shit. We're still missing 2 more votes. If we do not reach the 30, we will have to adjourn. So we will give everyone just a couple more minutes. This is your last chance to submit your vote. We just need 2 more for us to continue. If not, we will have to adjourn here and continue next cycle. We only have 4 more fees to look over and other legislation. Hey. But oh, like, yeah, honestly, we could do that first. Yeah.
Are you calling quorum? No, it's doing a roll call to get those last votes instead of just.
Well, that's basically calling quorum.
Quorum, I have to do that. So if you want me
Yeah.
to call quorum.
All right, so quorum has been called, and we are going to have our Internal Affairs Director read the Senate roster and figure out who's present, who's not present, and then also see if we can reach quorum by the end of that roster call. If we do not reach quorum by the end of this roll call, then we will look to adjourn the meeting.
Can everyone hear me? Yeah. Okay. Noah Jensen. Dylan Morell. Evan Winden. Nate Nielsen. Elena Raya.
Present.
Jet Simrick. Melik Benayed.
Here.
Blake Bush.
Here.
Tanner Helton. Dorothy Haggard.
I'm here.
Zach Nielsen. Tasman Binti. Jenny Lorraine Nelson. Cynthia Saka. Hapesh Medina.
I'm here.
Okay. Batia.
Here.
Conrad Sacco.
Here.
Giovanna Pastor. Okay. Ton Win. Brett Halligan. Lena Abdelmodi.
Actually, I have some pizza. I saved some pizza.
Julia Stopperin.
Thank you.
Okay. Alejandro Rangel Lopez.
Here.
Okay, well, I mean, it got called, so I got to go to the end. Derek Dunn. Angela Davis. Diego Chavez. He's excused. Sarah Grinstaff. Danae Estebin. Okay. Alex Flathers.
I'm here. Danae is here.
Okay. Thank you. Camden Baxter. Farzad Junjua. Kunal Gupta. Safa Khan. Fabiana Salas. Gabriella Fisher.
Here.
Naomi Mitchell. Joshua Navarro. Sadie Williams. Murtaza Shawab. I'll skip Marty. Sharif Tuzabira. Yeah, you emailed me. Lena Mose. Sophia Pacenti. Jeffrey Brown. Darlene Bell.
Here.
Jeremy Zerbuchin. Eric Danes.
I'm here.
Colin Campbell. Emmanuel Chukwudubun. Sylvia Hernandez. Stuart Burns.
I'm here.
Oh, thank you. Wesley Cudney. Anna Sophia Lavery. Naz Warpil.
Here.
Sahar Baha.
Well, maybe in a couple weeks the war will be worse.
Zakaria Ahmed. Madison Shui. Olivia Lara.
Here.
Kaz Kasmis. Andrew Hansen. We are adjourned.
That was so bad.
Yeah.
Thank you all for coming. Things that got approved, they're still approved. We're just gonna have to revisit whatever didn't get approved next cycle. Thanks for being here till this late.
Yeah, thank you all for joining us. If you're not aware, school is canceled tomorrow, so hopefully all of you get some good rest during this midterms week. We are officially adjourned.
Hey, also be careful driving home.